button is long stuck.
Excuse me.
3 minutes to speak.
Can we swap these, sir? Have the public speaking there. Please. Okay? So that one there.
Okay.
Have the public speaking. Thank you.
See them come together, oh, they would not be apart. For every other day is another, and that's the only way to start. Can live as one as lovers, live as two as enemies. So many never know the difference. Come step in the dark with me, with the pale light in your hands, before I understand how lovely can be. With the pale light in your hands, before I understand how it can be. A vicious craving in my bones, a needing burning in my mind, kept me one step away from something I could not find. Until I looked inside my aching heart, saw a hive of honeybees, making honey from my darkness, gold from my disease. And so now I see, can know the world as a lover, can know the world as an enemy.
Of course, I think like to be Becca.
Hi Lizzie. I'm fine. It's too close to Christmas for me. I've got to
I've got two other engagements, I'm afraid, so in the morning I'm going to one of our local fates that's at Foxfield, and I'm going to Birmingham in the afternoon. Yes, so unfortunately I won't be able to. Yeah, we will, yes, we've got a great tour review.
Oh well, they're fine. It's quite a good turnout.
Good. I'm disappointed in not making it.
But it's fun. It's a photos, celebration.
Yeah, absolutely.
I get very excited about Christmas. I want to put my tree up.
Yeah, we have.
Tracy, how are you? Yes. Yes. I mean, I did actually ring Rod, but I didn't say any names. Right.
Those papers, you get them sent to you?
Yes. What I've said to them is because they ask each time, and I've said, look, unless I tell you no, send them to me. So, but yes, he's not joining.
Okay. 2 minutes.
Good evening, members. New venue. Can I ask you all remain seated when you want to speak? And because we have got a rather difficulty with the map here, some of you were down there, our map makes you down here, so quite interesting. So perhaps those of you who are at the back of the room would like to put your hands up if you want to speak, please, because we might not see you. Thank you. Welcome to members of the public. Thank you. Could we have apologies, please?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Apologies from councillors Stephen Clark, Karen Cooper, Gareth Eales, Terry Eales, Alison Eastwood, Cheryl Hawes and Kevin Parker. And I've been advised councillors James Hill and councillor Andrew Grant will be arriving later.
Thank you very much. Are there any other apologies anybody would like to bring to our notice? Thank you.
Chairman, sorry.
Councillor Sharp will be here. She's stuck in traffic. So just to let you know.
Thank you.
Councillor Peter Matten.
Sorry?
Councillor Peter Matten.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Councillor Rufia Ashraf.
Thank you. Councillor Breeze.
Councillor Herring is stuck in traffic and should be along shortly.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Right, thank you very much indeed. Item 2, declarations of interest. Has anybody got anything they'd like to declare, interesting or otherwise? No? Thank you very much. Then we'll go on to item 3, minutes of the council meeting held on the 23rd of September 2021. Is it the council's wish that I sign the minutes of the previous meeting as a true and accurate record? Thank you very much.
Councillor Davenport, you should speak.
Okay, shall I sign them or not?
Yeah.
Councillor Davenport, did
Yeah,
you...
I just wanted, firstly, are we speaking about the minutes? Yeah, because I couldn't hear very well up here for some reason. I just wanted to say that it was only with Councillor Larratt, I found that what was said in the minutes did not reflect what actually happened. And because we're missing the video, I did ask Councillor Larratt in a email, so I've got a written account of it. What do I do? Do I send that into Paul? That was, sorry, it's about the bus lane. Yeah.
To send it into Paul? Yes, please send it in. Thank you very much. Okay. We now have Chairman's announcements. Item 4. I would like to start my announcements by saying I'd like to advise members that Honorary Alderman Michael Hill recently passed away. Alderman Hill was a member of Northampton Borough Council from 1999 until 2017, and a member of Northamptonshire County Council from 2005 to 2009. Alderman Hill served as Mayor of Northampton from 2009 to 2010 and was serving as Mayor of Bradley Stoke in South Gloucestershire at the time of his death, having moved to the area to be closer to his family. I would also like to inform everybody that the Honourable Alderman Barry Massey also recently passed away. Alderman Massey was a former member of Northampton Borough Council and Northamptonshire County Council. He was elected to Northampton Borough Council in 1979, representing the St Crispin ward. He represented the St George's ward from 1983 until 1991, and then Park Ward from 1999 to 2007. Alderman, member of Northamptonshire County Council from 1977 to 1981, and again from 2001 to 2005. He served as Mayor of Northampton from 2004 to 2005. He was married to Joan, who passed away 12 years ago. They had 2 children, Karia and Alex, and 4 grandchildren. I would be grateful if you'd all stand for a moment in memory of our lost colleagues. Thank you very much. I have a couple of other things I would like to bring to your attention. We have a carol service on the 12th of December, mulled wine and mince pies to follow. Those of you who haven't replied, I'd be very grateful if you would, because we need to know for catering purposes. I'd also like to say that we are going to take a comfort break at 8 o'clock this evening. So you can have 10 minutes for a comfort break. Thank you very much. Item 5, public participation. Councillor Jonathan Harris wishes to present a petition relating to item 19, motion 3. He will hand in the petition at the end of the meeting after the motion has been debated, and will refer to the petition when he seconds the motion. Statements and questions. There have been 7 requests to address the meeting under this item. Mr. Patrick Cross has asked to address the Council in relation to item 19, motion 2. Mr. Cross, you have up to 3 minutes to address the meeting.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Patrick Cross. I'm a resident of Spring Park and Whitehills. About motion 2, taking into account all the planned sustainable urban extensions, the numerous ad hoc house builds, and the ever-increasing HIMO approvals, there will be, over a 30-year period, an additional 20,000 plus new addresses in and on the edge of Northampton. At an average of 2+ cars per an address, this equates to over 40,000 plus additional vehicles. Yes, 40,000 plus. Our arterial roads have been congested for years, resulting in the ever-increasing use of rat runs through residential areas, by schools, near pedestrians and cyclists. This additional traffic will heavily congest our arterial roads and swamp our residential roads. Northampton is decades overdue a proper orbital road from junction 16 of the M1 near the new Panettone complex on the A45, right through to the A43 near Sywell, with dual carriageways, slip roads, with no traffic lights nor roundabouts to reduce travel times. This road will also relieve congestion on the South Orbital Road by Brackmills. The proper Northampton Orbital Road should not include the so-called Northwest Relief Road, which is only being built to serve the new houses on Dallington Grange. This Northwest Relief Road alone will not provide relief, but will result in a queue of traffic up to 2 kilometres long, including heavy goods vehicles. Councillors, please support tonight's motion to agree in principle the creation of a proper separated Northampton Orbital Road. I repeat, this must be separated from the Northwest Relief Road.
Mr. Cross, you have 1 minute left.
I would also ask that this agreement is followed up with an urgent action to get this separated orbital road operational by the year 2025. Without it, Northampton will not attract new residents, will not attract new businesses, and will deter visitors to our historic town. Without it, public health, public safety, productivity and efficiency of both employers and employees will deteriorate to unacceptable levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cross. We now have Mr. John Crick, who would like to address the Council in relation to item 7, reported by Councillor Phil Larratt, a Cabinet Member for Environment, Transport, Highways and Waste Services. Mr. Crick, you have up to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. John Crick, Living Streets, Northampton. All of us here would like to see fewer cars on Northampton's roads for 3 reasons. Firstly, because we declared a climate emergency and most of our CO2 emissions are from cars. Secondly, because we have a totally unacceptable number of deaths and serious injuries on our streets. And thirdly, because 40% of urban car journeys are less than 2 miles, while 1 in 6 early deaths are caused by a sedentary lifestyle. Last year, the Department for Transport produced a new policy, Gear Change, a bold vision for cycling and walking. This is Boris Johnson in the foreword. This is the most radical change to our cities since the arrival of mass motoring. £2 billion of new funding that will pay for protected bike lanes so anyone can ride safely, and low traffic neighbourhoods to stop rat running and make it easier to walk and cycle. He carries on. Traffic is not a force of nature. It is a product of people's choices. If you make it easier and safer to walk and cycle, more people choose to walk and cycle instead of driving, and the traffic falls overall. This approach has been proven to work in towns and cities all over the world, reducing traffic, improving people's health, and getting bikes and scooters off the pavements. Here's the Prime Minister again on setting up the first proper cycle lanes in London. It was often difficult and we faced opposition, but when the results of consultations and opinion polls came back, our opponents were often surprised to find themselves in a small minority. People want the radical change we are committing to in this strategy. And here's the Department for Transport in the document. If you are going to oppose these schemes, you must tell us what your alternative is, because trying to squeeze more cars on the same roads and hoping for the best is not going to work. We will reduce general funding to councils which do not take active travel seriously, particularly in urban areas. Councillors, West Northants has received 1.3 million for the Billing Road, Park Avenue, Wellingborough Road cycle route. It needs to be spent by March. We all want Northampton to be a city. Let's show the vision, leadership and ambition of our neighbouring cities, Leicester, Coventry, Nottingham and now Birmingham.
Thank you, Mr. Crick.
And make Northampton into a 21st century people that people will want to live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crick. Hill Ahmed has asked to address the Council in relation to item 19, motion 2. Mr. Ahmed, you now have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Pel Ahmed. I'm a student at the University of Northampton and I've been volunteering with Jamal and Danielle for over 3 years now. So just wanted to speak about what we've been doing over the 3 years. At university we have a society called STAR, Student Action for Refugees, and we are working to create a more equal, understanding and supporting environment in Northampton. Our aim is to help them become more, well, as I said, welcome, but not just within our community, but also at university as well. And at O2L, we had a lot of young people that we work with. So what we've been trying to do, partnered with L2L, is we've started some English classes and football classes to help develop the younger people with their future. Although it's not enough, but it's the most that we can do. And after football ends, we are trying to get our younger people to be more engaged within the university, because they don't have access to university right now, but we are working hard to get the younger people to join us in the future, as they shouldn't have to fight for their rights to go to university. So STAR is a national charity that is trying to fight for refugees and asylum seekers. My experience at L2L has helped me grow as a person, not just by volunteering with young people, but also giving responsibilities and help with organisation. I have really watched L2L grow incredibly over the last 2 years, and it makes me very happy that the young people at L2L have such a warm, welcoming and comforting environment to come to on a Friday evening.
Thank you, Ms. Ahmed. You have 1 minute left.
I believe that the young people deserve to live freely without having to explain themselves. We've seen a lot of new young people come, and as we can see on the news, there are a lot of asylum seekers trying to come to the UK for a better life, and a lot of them have also died. With more asylum seekers and refugees at Northampton, I really hope that they get to live a life that they've risked their lives for and can live comfortably like we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now come to Crystal Liu, has asked to address the Council in relation to item 19, motion 2. 3 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Crystal Liu. I'm also a university student at University of Northampton. As Pal has already mentioned, I am also part of STAR, the treasurer, and I am very honoured to be speaking to you all today. I have volunteered with my time over the past 3 years, and I'm currently still volunteering them, luckily. We have had the honours to take our young people on residential trips, 3 days, 2 nights, allow them to enjoy themselves and not think about what's going on in the world right now, and actually just be who they are and don't have to think who are they to judge them. They can just be who they are, no one will think bad about them, they can just be children just playing. And we've had the honour to take the young people out and spend time with them, to get to know them, what they like, what they don't like. Some of them you might think, oh, they might not be as bright, but they're such bright and intelligent young people that some people may not have given the chance to them. Over the 3 days, we found out a lot of different eating habits. Some of them don't like peas, some of them don't like carrots, some of them don't like fish. You know, all these different types of stuff. It makes them who they are. It makes them unique. So every Friday evening, we also play games with them. There's pools, there's fuzzballs. They can get a bit competitive sometimes, but who doesn't? And after we play games with them, we also share a meal with them and get to communicate with them, help them with their English. When they go to college, they can come back and If they have any questions with regards to English, we're also there to help them communicate, help them understand the easier vocabularies, and we can try and help them to progress further in life. There's always someone to help us, and it's our time to help them. And I feel like it's a very good community to help them when they have nowhere to go, and just give them a home, somewhere to invite them to, and feel like they have somewhere to be and not turned down every single time. There's bound to be times that a lot of people think, oh, there might not be people there to help us. What do we do with our lives? And for us to be there on Friday nights, just to be there playing games with them, being their friends, talk to them, that's all they need. And that really helps them and think they're not alone. Thank you.
Miss Dew, before you go, can I ask you exactly which motion you were addressing, please?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Pardon?
I have on my report, and I introduced you as to motion 2. Could you tell
so I'm volunteering with L2L and
we,
motion 5, sorry.
It should be motion 5, I believe.
Yes, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the mistake was on the list. It should be motion 5. Thank you. We now come to Claire Robertson Marriott, who's asked to address the council in relation to item 19, and let's hope, motion 3. 3 minutes, please.
Good evening. My name is Claire, and I'm speaking in support of motion 3 about divesting pensions away from fossil fuel industries. West Northants is committed to achieving net zero carbon by 2030. 1.5 degrees we need to achieve that to reduce, and we must reduce emissions to do that. The most effective tool that governments, including local governments, have in limiting emissions is to limit fossil fuel finance. The UK pensions currently invest 128 billion in fossil fuels. That's 2,000 per person. 2.4% of West and North Northamptonshire Council's joint staff pension fund, or 59 million, is in fossil fuels. 70% of pension funds are in the giants such as BP, Shell, BHP, and all have been associated with human rights abuse, violent militarised resource extraction, and tremendous global pollution. 2.4% is not a huge amount, but the point is for local authorities to divest. If it is wrong to wreck the planet, then it is wrong to profit from or invest in the wreckage. Climate change is pushing for financial change. Limiting global warming to 1.5 would more than halve the value of fossil fuel reserves and the industry's stock market value by 80%, so it's volatile. A Dutch pension fund, APB for civil servants and teachers, is moving investments from Shell to more sustainable renewables because Shell wouldn't work with APB to achieve the 1.5 limit. That was reported this week. Pension funds are uniquely positioned to influence the private equity industry because they are a substantial source of capital. All change is challenging.
1 minute left.
But if planned with expertise and time urgency, investment changes can be good for the planet and people. Waltham Forest was the first local authority to begin to divest in 2016. Councils in Manchester and London have invested in wind farms. In London, pension organisations are collaborating and investing hundreds of millions into affordable housing, community regeneration, digital infrastructure and clean energy. Fund managers have a responsibility, but BlackRock has shown that divested portfolio performances is increasingly positive. The Law Commission states there are no legal or regulatory barriers to social investment. It is possible to do well financially and do good at the same time. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We now come to Tom Lowe, who has asked to address the council in relation to item 19, motion 3. 3 minutes, please.
Hi everyone, my name's Tom Lowe. I'm not a politician or councillor or have any background in this kind of work, so you'll have to forgive me if I forego some of the normal procedures in doing something like this. So I'm going to try to talk to you kind of informally. I'd like to talk to you about river pollution and the pollution of our waterways in our local areas. My personal worries are to do with climate change, and so as a citizen of West Northamptonshire, I recently joined a group called Climate Action for West Northamptonshire, where they've been doing some good work, and we've been looking at some wider issues to do with ecological damage in our area. With regards to water pollution, I mean, it's something, river pollution and waterways pollution, it's something that's been in the news quite a lot. We've seen that there have been some decisions made to increase the amount of pollution that's happening. It's something that I can't really give you a technical analysis of the problems that it produces. It's something that's been part of our history here in England, that I think we understand the problems with putting human waste into the water system, things like cholera and lots of problems. But the place that I really want to try and approach you from here is...
Mr. Lowe, you have 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Okay. We all used to go, I think you'll perhaps remember when you were children, that we all used to go and play in the rivers as kids. So when you consider the pollution that's going into our rivers, you can consider things like death to aquatic life, eutrophication, food chain disruption, ecological dead zones, algae blooms, anoxification, biodiversity loss, toxic concentrations. All of those things are terrible, but I would like you all to think about the 10-year-old kids that are going to go and play in the rivers, because that's who it'll be. I've seen pictures on social media of nappies, condoms, in our local rivers, toilet paper, shimmering oil-like substances on the top of the water, urine, vomit. It's disgusting, and it's going to be our kids. So if you know any...
Mr. Lowe, you've had 3 minutes. Could you wind up now, please?
Okay, thank you. I hope I've made myself clear there. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Luke Adams has asked to address the council in relation to item 19, motion 3. Luke Adams, you have 3 minutes.
Is Mr. Adams present in the room? No. In that case, we'll move on.
Yeah, we'll move on then. Lizzie, item 8, please. Okay, addition 8. Thank you.
Hi, you guys. My name is Lissy, and I'm part of the Youth Summit team. We as a team are passionate about seeing youth providers network and support each other, and we aim for schools to be connected in and know about the many services available for them. For the third year running, we as a team have put on a youth conference for schools and youth providers to come together and network. We invited students to participate in 2 workshops, healthy relationships and social media, 2 topics in which our team were very serious and face young people today. We gathered together their views on their town and services provided, and we got lots of feedback around those, and a lot were saying that they weren't aware of the services available for them and that they sometimes felt unsafe in their town. We would like to see a youth hub in Northampton for services to connect with young people and a place for them to feel safe 24/7 if needed. We would also like to put activities, support, opportunities for youth back on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody. We now come to have received 3 written questions from members of the public. The questions and responses are set out in the document that has been circulated, I believe. Does Mr. Andy Vincent wish to ask any supplementary questions?
Thank you. In the light of the response, I would like to say that the response doesn't say what service dogs are actually recognised. So there is a national petition regarding the status of emotional support dogs seeking similar access to guide dogs going before Parliament. This council, as an influencer, could show the way to others. Emotional support dogs can have profound benefits for all sorts of mental health conditions, including the one that makes me disabled, being PTSD, and allow previously people who would not even leave their homes to get out and access public services, but only if they can be accompanied by their support dog. I would ask Council to consider helping many people with mental health conditions by recognising their support dogs as true service dogs that they are and allowing them the same access. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Longley, is there anything you'd like to say?
Yes, there is, Chair. Thank you very much indeed for that. It's an expression I hadn't heard before, and I'm bound to say that I'm immensely appreciative of your comments there and do my level best to see that's dealt with in a proper manner.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll now move on to Ms. Christine Ware. Do you have any supplementary questions that you would like to ask? Is she here?
Is Miss Christine Ware in the room?
No? No. Then we'll move on then to Mr. Steve Miller.
He's not coming.
And he's not here either. Thank you very much indeed. Well then we'll move on to item 6, written questions. The list of questions received has been circulated prior to the meeting. Questions will therefore be taken as having been asked and answered, and there will be no need for the questioner nor the responder to read out the question or the answer in the meeting. However, in each case, the questioner may, with the permission of the chairman, ask a supplementary question which relates to the initial answer. Councillor McCord.
Nothing to add at this stage.
Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Nothing to add, thank you, but very pleased with the response. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Beresworth.
Yes, I have a supplementary, Chair. Seeing the problems we've had with central government recently and the impact it's had on local councillors and other councillors as well, in actually people in standards of public life being called into question, I read his response, but I feel sure that we must do all we can to try and instill in the public the confidence that we have lost over the last few weeks. Does he agree with me?
Yes, I think that's largely a repeat of the question. Happy to reiterate. Yes, indeed. Indeed, have any dialogue. We have a regular dialogue, you and I, Councillor Beresworth. Bring anything further up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dennis Meredith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased with the response I got from Councillor Larratt, but I'd like to add I'm not very confident that this is going to be dealt with in the way that I would wish it to be. Over the last 5 years, I should imagine, the fly tipping around my area, which I represent, is getting worse and worse and worse. Most of you who visit my area, when you drive into the area, you will come across fly tipping. The reason for my supplementary is because I'm talking about the levelling up and Talavera being one of the most forgotten areas by the council. This is one area where we should take it as really urgency and put pressure on Viola to pick up the waste collections as quick as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Breeze, I believe this is yours, is it? Oh, it's Councillor Larratt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I hear what the member says. The original question was with regard to the recruitment of wardens, and yes, we are talking to Veolia. We are maintaining the resources we've got. We have got a very detailed contract. We monitor very closely the performance indicators, particularly relating to fly tipping. We do have problems with some fly tips where there's some rather nasty material often fly tipped, and there is particular cost and time in getting that removed. But yes, we want to make sure that all areas of West Northamptonshire are kept as clear as possible with regard to fly tipping, and we'll do everything we can to ensure that that happens. And I do recognise, having visited Talavera, I do recognise the concerns of the member. So yes, we give it a top priority, fly tipping.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meredith, it's you again.
No, I have no, happy with the answer, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. One supplementary, if I may, to Councillor Larratt. I note the figures are estimated. Would it be possible to report on accurate figures either at the end of the year or thereon quarterly perhaps, so we have a better understanding of those numbers ongoing? And I note that we estimate that we're ranked possibly around 69th for recycling. Do we have any ambition to improve on that, and if so, what will we be looking to achieve? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larratt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, the figures are only our best estimate. The council has not been in existence for a year yet, so we won't have any actual figures for a little while, but those will be available as and when they become so, and they will be published. So yeah, I mean, I think as far as recycling is concerned, we all wish to recycle as much as we possibly can, and I think we will be having some promotional activity in due course in order to try and enhance our recycling rates.
Thank you very much. Councillor Samiotis.
I don't have a supplementary. I'm happy with the detailed reply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Humphreys, Rosie Humphreys.
Yes, I do have a supplementary observation, really. I'm grateful to Councillor Larritt for his update, but I'm a little concerned that, however, that's portfolio holder for climate, you're under the impression that West Northampton's carbon transition targets are ahead of the UK government's, if only. Really, any cabinet member, whatever their portfolio, let alone the one responsible for climate, should be aware that the UK passed law over 2 years ago to be net zero, not carbon neutral by 2050. I do recommend that you avoid future errors such as this, as reading the recently published Net Zero Strategy, Build Back Greener.
Thank you, Councillor Larritt.
I hear what the member says, and we'll take that on board as we develop our strategies going forward and our action plans, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Samiotis.
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Larritt, for your reply. And I look forward to receiving a sensible approach to waste management in the future across the county.
Thank you. Councillor Larritt.
Nothing I can really say to that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beardsworth.
Yes, please, a supplementary, if I may, Chair. I have increasing worries that the Airbnbs that are being created are being created so they don't have to have licensing. It says that they have to be treated the same.
No microphone.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you, Walter. I have real concerns that this is a ruse for people who have HIMOs. Stay with them and use them as HIMOs, but because they don't need to be licensed, they're getting away with it. I've had several reported to me, I have reported them, but I also know that if I report them, we don't get any feedback from anybody to say that this situation is solved. And I think we desperately need that feedback because we don't know if anything's been done or not. If you could teach that, I'd be grateful.
Councillor Breeze.
Thank you, Councillor Beardsworth. I've noted your comments and I will pass that on the reporting back of issues. And I actually think this is a timely question because I too have concerns about Airbnb throughout the whole of West Northants and the disruption it's causing to the private rental market, and have raised this issue with officers to see if there's anything that we can do going forward. It appears that at the moment there isn't, but just be reassured that I am very concerned too about the impact of Airbnb.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
No supplementary question, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McCord.
No, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ashraf. Not here. Not here. Thank you very much. Councillor Hack.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm happy with the response, but I'm slightly concerned about the safety of the children. How can you ensure the safety of the children? That's my supplementary, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Baker.
We do have a 6-month and a yearly check-up on children who are electively home educated, but it is actually not under our jurisdiction at all. They still remain under the jurisdiction of the school that they should be attending, and they are challenged to actually make sure that the children are safeguarded. But we do look at them, we do everything that is in our statutory duty to do, I can look into it further if you wish and come back to you, but that at the moment is the role that we play.
Thank you. Councillor Al-Harbi.
There's no supplement, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a councillor. Oh, next time, yes. Councillor Stone, please.
No supplementary, and thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Baker. I don't know if it's me or whether it's the format the table's been copied in, but I can't make head and tail of the numbers, so perhaps we could have a conversation afterwards, but no fixed question until I've done that. Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Sorry, Madam Chairman. Yes, I agree to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Huck, again, please.
Happy with the response, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to Councillor Larratt, the information I've given in the question was the result of a national survey that was reported, and I think I saw it online, so I'll try and find the link and send it to you.
Thank you, Chairman. As the answer says, we'll be happy to look at the evidence that Councillor has and check that out, because it's certainly not what's coming up in our inspections, as can be seen in the response. But happy to look at it further if Councillor can give us that information.
Thank you. Councillor Al-Wahabi.
No supplement at the moment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barrett.
Yes, I'd like to supplement that, and I'd like to say thank you to Councillor Bowen and Nunn for the response, and I'm pleased to see in part of the response a commitment to equality for all, and I understand that we'll see proof in the pudding essentially whether that will come true, because as a single father, having had that experience over the last 3 and 4 years, I've felt certainly like a second-class parent in many respects in terms of facilities, and it is quite a sad state of affairs where, you know, equality should be for all. So I'm really, really delighted to see that commitment there for all people. So my supplementary is, when will this take place, this review, into facilities across West Northamptonshire, and then what will that look like? And then are you open to opening the floor up, as it were, for people to be a part of that review? Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2 names, Councillor Bowen and Councillor Nunn.
Councillor Bowen is pointing at me, so as a consequence, let me step in. There's quite a full property review to do now that we are a new council that we are, and that's about new ways of working, hybrid working, and a whole bunch of other things as well. So as part of this property review, that will take place. But just for those that are listening and didn't know, we are talking about the corporate office buildings here, aren't we? We're not talking about public buildings generally, but no, that will all be done, Councillor, as part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We've done that well in time. We actually have just over a minute left. We now come to item 7, which is Cabinet members' reports and records of decisions taken by the Cabinet. This item is limited in its entirety to 45 minutes. So, Councillor Nunn. We'll start with you, please.
Yep, thank you, Chairman. The key thing I want to highlight is the start of my report under sustainability. We know how important climate is. We also know that if you looked at the UN sustainability goals at the recent COP, conference, that actually it's about economic and social sustainability too, and so we are creating something that goes further than just climate, although climate is a vital part, and further than what I believe other councils are doing to tackle climate change. I think everybody's going to be tremendously impressed on this, because we also know that this is not just council, it's about getting other organisations and individuals involved, so we are building a platform that will help them to do that. Current thinking is that we will be launching this in January, and I think people will be impressed with it. We're still working with Councillor Colin Morgan and Phil Larrett, of course, as the portfolio holder and sustainability, and bringing Councillor Fiona Cole as an assistant cabinet member on the wider sustainability. As I say, we'll be launching this in January. I think there'll be strong interest, and I think there'll be strong support, because looking at all the many motions we have coming forward, I think at least motions 1, 3, 4, 6, 7 and 9 will be addressed by this, so look forward to sharing it with you. More widely, I've talked a little bit about the performance monitoring that's going on in the council, and about the transformation and the budget setting that's been taking place. Transformation is vital. Must be done as early as possible to get genuine improvements and savings as early as possible. Happy to answer questions, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much for your report. Transformation. There was a long time on the County Council, Councillor Nunn, where we got reports on improvement of children's services. So the reports were always about process and not about outcomes. I've got this kind of heavy feeling, you know, that I know it's difficult to do, but transformation has been around for quite a long time now, and I know it's been interrupted by COVID and whatever, but I'm looking forward to the day when we get a much more outcomes-based report on what is going on. I might be wrong, so my question is Revs and Bends the only completed transformation action that we've got? Are there lots of others? I know that we're waiting for banking to be integrated, terms and conditions, payroll, payments, IT. The list goes on and on. It would help us, I think, to have a list of what is being done and then to log how far we are along the process and what the outcomes are. I would find that incredibly helpful. The other issue I wanted to raise with you is associated with that. I don't know if you remember, but I have raised in council before a model of transformation that was used in London to transform the fortunes of London schools. Not an easy thing to do. And it was called the London Challenge. It took 2 years and it was successful. And I think given that we have an issue around staff morale, staff recruitment and retention, I know we've got transformation champions. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think having a model on the London Challenge process would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. We'll be happy to provide a list. I don't know if you made it to the recent member event on transformation. There was a list available to view there, but we can get something out more clearly for sure. And London Challenge I'm not familiar with. Could look into that and find out more. Glad to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. The point around sustainability, I think we'll all support the concept of that and the importance that's required from it, but it feels just a new branding activity of the climate report that's due, and because that's delayed, we're trying to rebrand it to explain why it's delayed, and I don't think that's acceptable. I wonder whether or not it should actually be, given the number of motions, as you said, Councillor Nunn, that's on the agenda this evening, whether there should be a sustainable scrutiny committee that actually focuses specifically on that topic and really strengthens the emphasis and commitment of the council to complete that.
I wonder if that says more about you than me. There's no dodging here. This will be good. You wait and see, it will be good. It will go further than most others will. And to say that it's some sort of excuse is not the case. Read the report. It says that there'll be a committee. Thank you.
Chair, I take offence at Councillor Nunn's first comment and I'd like him to retract it.
I think it was slightly disingenuous of you to say I've given a clear explanation as to why I think this is going to be better, and it will be better, and I think you'll be extremely happy with it. Suggests that I'm trying to dodge something. I can assure you that's not the case. I can absolutely assure you of that. And I think it's surprising of all the questions that you could have asked that you chose to take an accusation. I can assure you it's not the case.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meredith.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Under the item of budget setting, I'd like to ask Jonathan, because of the conditions which have been set out about Talavera being one of the worst areas has been neglected, are the administration proposing to make any extra money available to improve Talavera?
I mean, happy to answer that. The budget process is nearing its completion, and as a consequence to which, services are going to be well funded. In terms of the individual areas, that doesn't necessarily identify a specific amount of money to be spent each year in each area. But we do know that a number of the Cabinet members came and did a tour of Talavera. We know it's a priority area, Councillor Meredith, and as a consequence, it will continue to get a very significant proportion of funding. So I think hopefully take from that and assure you that it will get the best attention we can give it. Given the limitations of resources across the whole area, Talavera is definitely on our radar, if you like. Happy to confirm that. I hope that's satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you very
Can
much.
I just add, Chair, through your permission, I'm very pleased with that answer, and I'd just like to thank Jonathan Nunn for that answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on now to Councillor Brown. Adam Brown, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of highlights to draw members' attention to, and then a brief update. Firstly, I'd just like to highlight the BIPC service in libraries. This is a scheme that's been up and running in Central Library in Northampton for some time, but with extra funding coming from DCMS, we've been able to roll out that service to both Brixworth and Toaster libraries. And I know that some of our Brixworth members were able to enjoy the opening event at their local library recently. As a demonstration of how the small things can really make a difference, we've been able to find just a little pot of money to enable the toilet facilities on Northampton Racecourse to be open during the parkrun event. Very much merges in with the theme of trying to get people fit, active, outdoors and enjoying themselves whenever it's safe to do so. And it was a request that came forward from a regular parkrun, and we were delighted to be able to meet that. By way of an update, this weekend just passed, members will probably remember waking up to a flurry of snow on Saturday morning, which is lovely from the other side of a warm window, but for our homeless community, it represents a very real danger to life. With that in mind, I'm pleased to advise that SWEP, the Severe Weather Emergency Protocol, ran for 3 consecutive nights last weekend. And following on from a rough sleep account that identified 14 rough sleepers in Northampton, 9 people were accommodated via SWEP, plus 1 dog. And off the back of that, 7 people continue to be housed in temporary accommodation with a view to moving into permanent accommodation, which, for the mathematicians in the room, is 50% of the last known population of rough sleepers in Northampton. Of course, 50% means that it's a job just half done. The outreach team and the single homelessness pathway teams will continue their hard work. And given some of the rumour and misinformation that's been doing the rounds about the work of the outreach team and the SWEP programme, I'd just like to offer my congratulations and my full support to those teams who are out there at literally every hour of the day, extending a helping hand to people who the rest of society often just walks past. Their work is remarkable. They are some of the most committed people I've ever met working in local government, and we should all be applauding and supporting them in what they're doing.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bearsworth.
Yes, Chair. I had a question for Councillor Nunn, but you don't seem to have it on my list. We have sent a list in with it on. I just wondered why it was missed. In fact, Councillor Meredith wasn't on, and I was, so it's a bit of a mix-up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
May I ask the question, Chair, through you?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. It's a very, I will be brief. Pleased to see that you're doing a sustainable strategy, and I know you're starting in January, but because of the importance of it, I want to know when you've got the completion date in mind.
2030 is net zero. Let's hope we get there before. That's the goal. That's the goal. And that's a bold goal that I don't think most people are really ready to do. And it's not what the council will do, it's what others will do. So you'll see something really big here, something that'll be ongoing. I want this to be, I think I've said in the report, something that we all consider committed to, that goes beyond electoral cycles and so on. People, schools, parish councils, residents associations, individual families, children, whatever, make pledges. That's what this is about. And the proposal will be that we all, like the council and others, can make 2030 pledges, but we'll be able to submit action plans on what we're doing this year, and then next year, and then the next. So this is not something to start and then stop quickly. This is, I hope, if you like it, and you know, we'll be ready to launch what we think is a framework to then get your views on. But I think you're going to like it. I hope you will. And it's something that we'll all be working towards, you know, on an ongoing basis, Councillor. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, thanks Councillor Brown, and particularly around the homelessness situation. I know from the Northamptonshire Safeguarding Adults Board that the teams working together closely have been really important, and also the preference for the teams to stay working together closely so that individuals only have to present their story once is really key. On the supporting the local visitor economy, I just wondered if we had any data on the successes of the campaigns reference. I'm not expecting you to provide me with the data now, but if we could get an understanding as to whether those projects actually worked. And then the item I wanted to really talk about is the Disabled Facilities Grant element within the report. And I feel the report tells us nothing. As you already know, this is something I'm really concerned about. There doesn't seem to be any initiatives detailed in here. There doesn't seem to be any detail of how applicants are prioritised and how they're being responded to. I'm really concerned at the number of inquiries versus the number of grants approval. I don't understand where the issue is, and it seems to differ across the areas, and we really need to get to the bottom of it. How many of the inquiries end up as a second referral? And how many of those are unsupported in applying for benefits reviews that would then help them receive the Disabled Facilities Grants? In the first quarter of 2021, 209,000 was spent, which is less than 1% that MBC had, and 53.8% was used in South Northants. The disparity between the areas is key, and the amount of money that we have in Northampton versus South Northants shows there's a significant underspend still. I appreciate the commentary within the report about the spending now, but I think we've really got to look at the figures, because based on the figures that I was previously given as a request, we'd spent 1.38 million, we've now spent 1.34, so we haven't spent more than the report suggests. And I'm not trying to trip you up there, I'm trying to point out how important this report actually is, and that we've been asking for this at scrutiny, and the answers we're getting are fluffy, and we really need to get to the bottom of this, because people are not getting the support that they need, which then links into the integrated care system, the integrated care Northamptonshire. If we don't give the people at home that support, then all of this completely falls down. So I'm going to ask you to absolutely review it. And when you're carrying out that review, if you can make sure that the concept of the Act to Adapt campaign and the principles therein are right at the heart of that report too. Thank you.
Very happy to give that commitment to Councillor Roberts. It's an important issue, and we need to get to the bottom of why we're not spending every single penny that's available to us. So we'll make sure that the figures are circulated to whoever needs them, and particularly to scrutiny.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harris, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brown, it's really good to read about the carbon neutral homes and the upgrading programme in your report. I wonder, could you advise whether the Council is exploring passive house standards for any new social housing schemes and or liaising with NPH on such approaches? Thank you.
Simple answer, yes, NPH are exploring passive housing options.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davenport.
Thank you. I did, it is actually for both Councillor Nunn and for Councillor Brown. I've already asked the questions of Councillor Brown, but I just want to say, because I'm always quick to criticise, how lucky I think we all are and how much I appreciate the fact that the leader and the deputy leader do appear to be incredibly compassionate about the people of this town. SWEP was implemented quite quickly over the weekend. I had an issue and it went to both of them, and by the time I'd finished contacting them, I contacted the person who told me about it, and Councillor Brown was already on the phone to them. So that, you know, to me, that's amazing, you know, and people really appreciated it over the weekend. So I'm not saying I'm never going to criticise, but, you know, I have to say that you did really well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very grateful to Councillor Davenport for her comments, and you know, compassion and understanding of people in very desperate situations is vitally important, and I'd like to assure everyone that compassion doesn't just extend to the people of Northampton, it extends to the whole of West Northamptonshire.
Thank you very much. Councillor Golby.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I was just going to comment on the point made by Councillor Roberts about the Disabled Facilities Grant. There's actually an item on the Health and Wellbeing Board agenda next week around the DFGs, and I don't think the paper's quite finished yet, but I think there's going to be a recommendation that we review the whole process in the light of, I think, some of the announcements that were made in Parliament yesterday and what's happened previously. So it'd be worth keeping an eye on that item then, which will also include hopefully a positive announcement on the Act to Adapt point you made as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on now to Councillor Larratt, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I just make two small points? HS2 Marshall, we have obtained the job description from Buckinghamshire, and we're looking to adapt that for West Northamptonshire with a hope to be recruiting a warden in the near future. And just one point on the Cliftonville corridor, all I can say is that I checked today and the adverse weather that we've had has had no impact on the works, and they're still all on schedule for completion at the end of next week. Happy to answer any questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'll call on Councillor Strachan, please.
Oh dear. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, at our last council meeting, the Cabinet member promised a reply to the question of the DFT funding of 1.3 million towards the Cliftonville Corridor project. So far, I have not had a reply. Could I have one, please? And I've got a question. The government have recently announced a policy change to HS2 north of Birmingham. What effect, if any, will it have on progress with the construction work through West Northampton? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councillor Strachan gave me a warning of this. My apologies that he hasn't received that information about the Cliftonville corridor. I will go back and make sure he gets it. I'm sorry about that, and we'll get it to him as quickly as possible. On the HS2, I don't think that the cancellation of the East Midlands North on the east of the country will have that greater impact on us. The primary construction of HS2 through to Manchester and Manchester Airport will provide the capacity or additional capacity on the lines in this area that will give us the additional capacity that I know that the council wants to see to provide better services in the Northampton Longbuckby corridor to London and Birmingham. So I think we will still get the benefits that you were envisaging, Councillor. I mean, the problem we have, of course, is that it's very difficult to travel from Northampton to Leeds, York or whatever without taking a very tortuous route through Birmingham, etc. You've either got to drive to Peterborough to get on the train, to get there direct, or you've got to, as I say, take the tortuous route. HS2 would have enabled more direct connection to Leeds and the north through the West Midlands interchange, where a train to Northampton and then change there for Leeds or whatever. So we've probably lost a bit of connectivity there, but that's all we've lost. We've still got the capacity being released that will help this area.
Thank you very much. We'll now call on Councillor Holland-Delamere, please.
Thank you for the report. Just going back to the bus improvement strategy, I was very grateful that I was one of the councillors who were able to look through the draft strategy before it was submitted to the government. Just a few concerns to make sure that the bus improvement strategy does include the climate change agenda, in particular around park and ride, and that was nearly left off the original draft, and I'm quite happy that it was included at last minute. We really do need to look at how to reduce congestion in the town centre through bus improvements and park and ride. At the moment, as you're probably aware, there are quite a lot of struggles on the buses, local buses, with bus driver shortages, and at the moment it's very unreliable with the staff shortages and bus cancellations. At the moment, parts of West Northamptonshire haven't even returned to their pre-pandemic levels. So in particular, in the west and the south of the area, like Towcester, they're still operating on a reduced service where at times it takes you have to wait 2 hours to get from Northampton to Towcester, which is just extraordinary that basically we've got better services going to Corby, Kettering and Wellingborough, but when it comes to connecting the west, it's pretty appalling. It's actually awful and does encourage people to use their cars because the alternatives are not there, which does have an impact on people who do rely on public transport in the south of the county, in particular students and pensioners trying to get into Northampton. And I really do hope that as a council we look to not just improve the strategy, but actually reinstate the basics of what we had before. So just make sure that that's included in our strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Larratt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, it's a shame that some services haven't returned to their pre-pandemic levels. It's very difficult for the travelling public. We want to get those services reinstated as soon as we possibly can so that the public have a sustainable transport network. And I'm sure that our officers are liaising with the bus operators to ensure that this happens, and I will ensure that if they're not, they are.
Thank you very much. Councillor Favour.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm sorry, my light's been on for quite a long time, and my question is actually for Councillor Brown. Adam, I wonder, please, as you know, I'm a trustee of the Museum of Leathercraft, and I really would quite like an update. We have a meeting on Monday, and I'd like to be able to give any information to that meeting on Monday. If you've got any information, please, that you could let me have now.
I'm not entirely sure what meeting Councillor Flavel has on Monday. Councillor Bowen and I have had joint conversations with the Museum of Leathercraft. They've been very productive, very promising, and we're extremely confident that we'll be able to arrive at a conclusion that allows that historic leather collection to remain in Northampton where it belongs.
Yes, well, I suppose Adam. I was thinking, I realise that the Borough Museum are looking at this, but I'm not quite sure what the actual position is now. And the meeting on Monday is the Museum of Leathercraft meeting.
I think it best, Madam Chairman, if Councillor Flavel and I have a discussion in more detail on this so that we can hammer out exactly what details she requires, but happy to cooperate with her.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much. Councillor Larratt, I refer to your paragraph on winter service, and I wanted to introduce you to this book. I would give it to you, but I don't think you'd read it. There's a chapter in here that says, interestingly, can snow clearing be sexist? And it's a whole chapter which looks at how design and planning, if it takes on gender differences and sex-based differences, gender differences, will help designers and planners plan in such a way to save squillions of pounds. So I really recommend this book. So it talks about winter gritting, but it also talks about buses, and it also talks about highways. So how we plan for 100% of the population in a way that prevents accidents, falls, and lots of other things that go on in people's lives that cost an awful lot of money to put right, if they can be put right at all. So I really recommend this book to you and to the people who responsible women. Thank you.
Thank you.
I note the councillor's comments, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points from me. Firstly, in regards to active travel, could Councillor Larratt confirm that any new funds won't simply be focused on our towns, but no, it's back. So the funds aren't just focused on our towns, and also potentially they're looked at in regards to our primary service villages in particular, so that they could be more ably connected to the surrounding villages. So really it's just about broadening the scope and just making sure that any active travel isn't just around towns. Second point, this is in regard to the net zero carbon issue. And it's really important that we're clear that that is set in legislation for 2050 by government, and there's an interim goal of slashing emissions by 78% by 2035. We've heard tonight carbon neutral, we've also heard from the council leader net zero carbon. It really is important that we all fully understand what language we're using and what we're actually working for from a strategic point of view, because they are different things, and fundamentally if we get them wrong, we're working on a different strategy. And the third point I just want to note, I appreciate finally the update in regards to the launch of the public consultation. It really has been quite difficult and problematic to get clarity on that, and it's good to hear that that is finally going to arrive in the new year. But I would like to point out that some residents were this time last week invited to an event at the museum, and then today disinvited, rather like Priti Patel. So surely we need to get better at making sure that our communication publicly is better, for whatever reason. Thank you.
Councillor Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As far as active travel is concerned, yes, it's not just an urban issue. It's about creating connectivity between the urban areas, between villages, between market towns, etc. And I do not see it purely and simply in any way as an urban issue. I hear what you say on climate and getting the language right and making sure what we're talking about. Fully happy to take that on board and make sure that we reflect that in the strategy, and I'm sure the consultation will enable people to have a say on that as well. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Humphreys, please.
Yes, thank you for your report. I've just got a couple of questions. Last year, the Old Daventry District Council received AUX funding for on-street ECVs in 3 locations, and I did seek an update about this and was told back in October that further prices was being sought, but were expected shortly, after which the works would begin. I'd be interested to know if there's any timetable for their installation. I'm sure the villages of Long Buckby and Well. Right, I think I'm audible now. The second thing was the notice we got, and many of us have received this tied to one of our bins recently, and I was dismayed to read that there'll be no
Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Humphreys, if you bring your microphone closer to you and point it down to you rather than to the
right.
sky.
Oh, that's better. Thank you. Yeah, dismayed to read that there'll be no printed calendar this year, which a lot of our residents who don't have phones, who don't use apps, who aren't using the internet, rely on the printed calendars. Can you ask how this squares with the review of services for those not using the internet, and perhaps our compassion can extend to actually printing a calendar? Thank you.
Councillor Larron?
Vehicle charging points, yes, there's several villages waiting for them. We know they're on the list, and I'm pursuing that with officers at the moment. We have introduced some charging points in Northampton, particularly in terrace streets where charging is difficult. So we're looking at that, but it is intended hopefully to get them out to villages as soon as it's practically possible. The big issue, of course, is the power supply, and we can only put them at the moment as part of the pilot where the power supply actually is to an adequate strength for us to install them. But yes, it is something we're working on. I wasn't aware of the fact that there was no calendar being published. That's news to me. I fully support what you say, as my colleagues will tell you, I'm always pointing out the fact, what about people who haven't got access to the internet? And I do think that perhaps that's something we need to revisit. And if officers are making notes of this, can they remind me to take that up with them first thing in the morning?
Thank you.
Councillor Baker. Councillor Baker?
So sorry, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to mention something that slipped through earlier, and I'm always very keen to celebrate good news stories. And I want to thank Councillor Larratt and Martin Henry, our finance portfolio holder, on behalf of the residents of the very south of our council, for providing the funding for our HS2 warden. Those of you who live in other areas will not know the impact that the building of HS2 does have upon the residents of Brackley and all the villages surrounding going through the line. And the warden will be of great benefit to us over the next few years to make sure that they're held to account with their mud on the road, they're leaving gates open so animals escape, chopping trees down in the wrong areas, all of the complaints that come to me regularly. I'm now really pleased that they have found a way to provide us with this warden, and actually going on the start of the journey to make sure that as West Northants Council, we actually do incorporate Daventry and South Northants, and we're not all about Northampton.
Thank you.
Can I thank Councillor Baker for her comments? I have spent a considerable amount of time in that area of South Northamptonshire in recent months, and I'm fully aware of the situation and what the chaos, if you like, for want of a better word, that HS2 is creating in that area. I think it's very important that we have somebody on the ground within that area representing the interests of this authority. The HS2 Marshal will be, amongst other things, it's going to be a fantastic post. There'll be a planning officer, there'll be a planning enforcement officer, there'll be a highways officer, and there'll also be a community engagement officer. I mean, talk about multi-skilling, it's going to be one hell of a job. But you know, they will be there, they will be on the ground, they will be there and empowered to make decisions there and then to ensure that our highway network continues to work effectively. Any damage that is done is properly and really addressed, that vehicles are routed the right way and don't cause inconvenience to residents, and that road closures are properly managed. So there's a hell of a lot of work to do down there in keeping in contact with residents, ensuring that HS2 do what they're required to do. But not only HS2, it's the delivery vehicles as well. We're finding that delivery vehicles are not adhering to the proper routes, and we've also got to manage the delivery of very substantial infrastructure like sections of bridges and tunnels, and when you're trying to get those on heavy vehicles through some of those roads down there in South Northamptonshire, it's going to be a real heavy task to manage. So there's an absolutely hell of a lot of work to do down there, Madam Chairman. It's only right that we get somebody in and as soon as we can in order to maintain the interests of the authority to ensure, as I say, everything works right and our roads and infrastructure are protected.
Thank you. Councillor Sharps, please.
Thank you. It's lovely to hear from Councillor Baker and Councillor Larratt. It is true that Brackley and surrounding areas do suffer from large amounts of mud and other building, incidents, but HS2 is not the only person to pin that tail on that donkey. So it would be lovely if previously you'd have popped your head up and got involved before. So I really wanted to just point out that the buses are very important in my area. Councillor Baker is aware of that, and I'm sure other councillors here are equally aware. But I'm always concerned that we are picking each individual area apart. We need to look at this strategy as a whole for our whole council to see just how important it is for all of us. This isn't one-upping. This is a strategy for our buses that will improve the benefit and economic growth of the whole of Northampton. So I really want to work with you, but I really want to see this succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larratt.
Well, I thank the councillor for that comments. The bus improvement strategy is West Northamptonshire wide. You know, we've got issues where we've got bus services where Section 106 monies that fund them is running out. We need to, and I'm probably thinking about the bus that runs between Brackley and Bicester, that pre-pandemic was growing, passenger numbers were growing significantly. We want to ensure that that service is maintained, and we're happy to look at any other services. But I think demand responsive services as well is something that we really need to look at, in particularly in the rural areas around Brackley and that area of the district.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. A weekend ago, we actually met in St David's for a litter pick, which was organised by Kingsthorpe Parish Council, and we went, all of us together. 50 people turned up on that day. We have some really wonderful residents in this town. Wombles were included, and we picked up, I think it was 45 bags of rubbish, 4 mattresses, a television, a scooter, not an electric one, and various other objets d'art from the St David's area. And it all went down very well, and I just want my personal thanks to everybody who turned up on that cold November day to help us clear up the streets of St David's, because these are the sort of community things we need to get involved in as councillors. Secondly, you mentioned the climate change, the 6 working groups, the 6 themes including environment, agriculture, transport, business, housing. And you said the outcomes of all these groups have been fascinating, developing a wide range of opportunities that we'll share and consult with you. I really am interested, and I just wondered when we can be consulted, because this happened a little while ago, and I thought we would be involved with the outcome of this so we could work together towards the state sustainability. You know, it doesn't always have to be down to the administration. Other groups have got good ideas as well.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I say to Councillor Beers, we welcome the work that community groups do, and that how communities come together in order to enhance the environment of their neighbourhood. And please pass on my thanks to Kingsthorpe Parish Council for arranging that. And as I say, we're happy to support any organisation in doing that. With regard to the climate change, yes, we have assessed the outcome of the groups that took place. That will all be published in January, and consultation will take place on that outcome and to see how we go forward with it. But it's delayed till January, I'm afraid. We want to make sure we get the consultation right. And let's be honest, Councillor, you're the first to tell us if you don't think we've got consultation right. So, you know, let us look at it. Let us make sure we get it right, and we'll come out in January.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say to the councillor about the consultations with Veolia, because he knows the amount of rubbish that's being tipped into Talavera. So I'm very pleased he's speaking to Veolia, and I hope there's a speedy resolution to the mountains of rubbish that are being dumped in my ward. Also, I'd like him to recognise because of the dense tree canopy in Talavera, the leaf falls present a real danger to many older people and disabled people because they cover steps, and there's many trip and fall hazards that people really suffer with, and sometimes even remain in their houses to avoid. Curbs can't be seen. With the lack of drop curbs, of course, in Talavera, there are many ankles injured, and could we have leaf clearance done as quickly and as efficiently as possible, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I understand the position of leaf fall. It has been particularly significant over a short period this year because of the storms that we had, and it has exacerbated it over a short period. So we are aware of that, and we're doing our best to get through and get that cleared up as soon as we possibly can. There is work going on in our parks, and particularly in areas around open space, and I recognise the issue of the tree canopy in Talavera. I did come up and look at the situation with colleagues and met with Councillor Meredith, so we are aware of that. But yes, we are trying to get on top of the leaf situation. Fly tipping, yes, we fully appreciate that, and there are performance standards that Veolia are required to adhere to, and we monitor that very closely. So we are working on that. And we've talked about drop curves before. Yes, I fully appreciate what you're saying, and if you have a list of where you think drop curves are required, then we'll be able to have a look at them. I mean, I know you say there aren't any. Where do you think the priority is? If you could have let me have a list, we'll certainly have a look at that.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now spent 45 minutes, so I'm afraid
Excuse me, a point of order, I've been filibustered out. I actually booked to speak on certain items earlier with Paul Hanson, and people that didn't even book have been able to speak and ask questions.
I'm very sorry, but there is no time left, and it is my decision, and it is the decision of the council that we had 45 minutes only for this item, and I'm afraid the rest of the cabinet members aren't going to be able to give.
I know, and I think that's
enough.
really unfair.
Thank you very much. Enough.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will ask the council to receive reports from the cabinet members and record a record of decisions from the council meeting held in cabinet meeting, in September, October and November 2021. I ask for your assent of this. Please, do you all agree?
Great.
Thank you so much. We go on to item 8, city status bid. I'll invite Councillor, can we have silence please? We're having a business meeting here, not a chit-chat. Councillor Nunn, I'm going to ask you to introduce the report and move the proposal. You have 5 minutes, Councillor Nunn.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. My comments will be quite brief. Many of you will have seen either by email or perhaps you picked up a copy this evening. This is the draft, almost there, bid to go in, our deadline being the 8th of December. I think it's a beautiful document. It reflects well the history, heritage of the town, the community, and I think to some significant extent the independent spirit of Northampton. So we wish it well on its way. Huge support from communities, businesses, and from all quarters on it. I'm going to hand over to our two LGA graduates who have done, that's Chris and Alex, who have done, in my book, the most incredible job to pull this together, with no additional cost to the council. We can ask them to comment. We feel it's incredibly important that the council gets a feel for what people have said. So there's a couple of slides and some really interesting short videos. I'm then going to pop back to me and I'm going to propose the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a short video, or would you, sorry?
That's absolutely right. Our two LGA graduates, Chris and Alex, are just down the bottom there, and I think they'll be showing some video and slides, making a couple of comments first, I think. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, councillors. As Councillor Nunn has said, we have put together a short presentation regarding Northampton's potential bid for city status. Next slide, please. So, those who attended the briefing on the 22nd of October will be familiar with some of the bullet points up here, but these are some of the benefits we have collated during our research. I'll just pick a couple of them here. The 87.5% of the winning cities, that is cities who have won the previous Civic Honours competitions, have outperformed their regional counterparts. And a quote from the bottom there is from John Beckett, who is renowned as a city status expert, a way of announcing to an international audience that here is an important place with which they should be doing business. Next slide, please. So this is just a little bit about the report itself. These are some features that we have endeavoured to cover, things such as distinct identity, a vibrant and welcoming community, royal connections alongside resident population, sport and leisure, and Northampton's connectivity. Next slide, please.
So we decided to highlight our community engagement on social media after every meeting we had. So these are some of our stats. We've reached over 22,000 people on social media, and our engagement has been over 23,000% increase in engagement response. We did a series of videos of hidden gems of Northampton and interviews, and the following video is a compilation of the hidden gems. Next slide, please. So that was one video, and then to quickly go over our community engagement, every interview we did, we would ask someone what they loved about Northampton, and why they thought Northampton should be a city. And our approach was basically we would hold a variety of meetings and then, as said, end with a video.
Next slide, please. So this is just a quick breakdown of some of the things that Alex was referring to. We held a workshop with the Civic Society. This was mainly to build and bolster our history section of the bid. We believe that we're having some, there we go, thank you. Yeah, we believe that working with Mike Ingram and other members of the Civic Society, using their expertise would help to bolster that section of our report. Similarly, we held an FAQ session with the various parish councils where we were happy to answer and dispel any myths regarding city status, any questions about where the parishes would fall within the boundaries, and we were fortunate enough thank you. Yeah, we received a quote, thankfully, from the Duston Parish Clerk. As you can see, their city status provides a sense of ambition and pride. The following video compilation we have coming up is a culmination, effectively, of many of the interviews that we were able to hold with various members of the community. Next slide.
It's about time we became a city.
I think Northampton should be a city.
Northampton's got a proud history.
We have an unrivaled collection of church buildings.
And I really think that Northampton should become a city.
And I'm a very keen supporter of the bid for Northampton to gain city status.
I would love it if we became a city.
For me, my favourite thing about growing up in Northampton was the culture aspect.
I think we should go for city status.
I think Northampton deserves it more than anywhere.
We have a wonderful, thriving community. Northampton would make a great city.
It's time for Northampton to move on and improve itself.
Northampton, the boost to be a city for the 21st century.
Why shouldn't it be a city?
So beyond our community members, we also reached out to our international partners. We're sister cities with Marburg, and Northamptonshire County is partnered with Indianapolis, and they were very supportive and described Northampton as a positive reflection. Kingdom. Next slide, please.
So just a quick recap. These are some of the next steps that we will look to take. Following the Council's decision, we will make final amendments to the report before the 8th of December, which is the date of submission to the government. Results of the Civic Honours competition will be announced in 2022. It's unclear when, but it will be before the June bank holiday weekend. A positive or indeed a negative outcome of the bid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call on, I think, Councillor Brown. You're going to second this motion. Is the other councillor?
Northampton is a fantastic place to live, to...
You have to sit down.
And,
Councillor Brown, sorry,
yes.
would you like to sit down? Because the microphone is easier for you then to direct to your voice. Thank you.
And I think as community leaders, we need to show the aspiration and lead on the aspiration of our citizens to show that we can compete against some of the very best cities that this nation has to offer. So I think that everybody in this room should back the bid tonight. We should back the bid to ensure that the best brains are attracted to Northamptonshire, that we keep our best and brightest here, that people look at Northampton as a place that they want to live, grow, work, be educated, and not only just the people, but the businesses around this nation, around the globe, that Northampton is open for business, Northampton is aspirational, and every single person can come here and make the best of their lives for them and everyone they care about.
Members of Council who wish to make any comments? I have people who have registered. Councillor Breeze. Nothing to say.
Well, thank you, Chair. No, I didn't register to speak, but I will say that I do heartily support the bid, and I congratulate our our graduates on their first project as new graduates coming into Northampton, and we're very lucky that they've actually chosen Northampton because it was a very competitive environment. But yes, I support the bid. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Adam Brown this time.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, our city status bid is a demonstration not just of the pride that we have in Northampton, but also the ambition that we have for Northampton. So why go from being a town to a city? Well, semantics and symbols do matter, which is precisely why it would mean so much. As a teenager, going to Six Fields as a Cobblers fan, I used to join in with the River Nen song that I'm sure many people here know, boasting of how big city lights don't bother me. But as I've grown, so has Northampton. And now we have the big city lights. We've always had the big city history, and it's time we matched that with big city ambition. To host major events, to attract the best employers, and to be a city where ambitious people want to live and prosper. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to show that Northampton and the wider region of West Northamptonshire aspire to be more than they've been before, and to demonstrate to the world beyond our boundaries that we are forward-thinking and aspirational. Now, my roots are rural. I grew up in Weedon, I went to school in Spratton, I went horse riding in West Haddon, my family are from Flore. But I'm also a son of Northampton and the father of a Northamptonian. So I would call on everyone to back the bid so that together, as West Northamptonshire Council, we can strive to ensure that our big city lights burn brightly.
Is there anybody else who'd like to say anything? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak on behalf of Councillor Eales, who is sincerely apologetic that he can't be here this evening and would very much like to be reading this himself, but a personal family matter means he is totally unable to be here. The Labour Group unanimously supported the city status bid. Northampton is a vibrant and multicultural place, rich with history and so much to be proud of already. If this bid is successful, it will raise our national profile and allow us to access enhanced funding streams that are only open to cities, giving us more opportunities to regenerate and promote our heritage and culture. The resilience that Northampton has demonstrated over the last few years shows residents are ready to step forward and grasp the opportunity to give ourselves a better future. Whilst we make clear we would have welcomed much more time to build a bigger momentum with this campaign, we must now seize this moment. Some may believe that we are the underdog in this fight, which I do not think is true. We are the largest town in the country with a proud history and vast potential. Even if we were classed as an underdog, everyone loves an underdog, don't they? Northampton has had its troubles in recent times, and these are well documented, but this is not the time for moaning or groaning or talking the place down, which so many seem to want to do. This moment could be the spark for an incredibly exciting new future as a city. So let's move forward with optimism and ambition. Even if we're not successful, Northampton Town, I will still be proud to be. I'm certain others in this chamber feel exactly the same. As someone who is Northampton born and raised, Gareth of course, with a long family history here, it's my pleasure to formally support this city status bid, and I deeply regret having to do so via proxy and not in person this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Chair. 25 years ago, I was part of a team that tried to get Northampton city status. And one of the reasons we didn't get it was because at that time we didn't have a university. Now we have a thriving university, a university that I know we can be very, very proud of. And I don't think Northampton is an underdog. I think we've got everything going for us, and it's a wonderful opportunity to create economic development right throughout our town, and it will be a wonderful thing if we do actually get city status. If you look at all the things that happen in Northampton, I mean, we have all the sports facilities, we have Royal Theatre, we have the Derngate, we have everything in Northampton that you could wish to represent having a city status, and it will be a wonderful thing. And the other thing, it will be a wonderful thing, perhaps, we never know, I might be classed as the Lord Mayor of Northampton. So I'm equally looking forward to that. So let's take it on board. Let's go out and talk to people, especially our residents. We need to inform them that this is what is going to happen, because a lot of people, particularly I had a meeting yesterday with certain charities, and they didn't actually know what city status would mean to Northampton. So we need to spell that out in lots and lots of terms. And I think as councillors...
Wait, Councillor Meredith, you have 1 minute if you'd like to run up, please.
We have a role to play in that. And if we can put that over, and I'm sure that we can get city status. Well, I'm confident this time round we will get city status.
Councillor Davenport.
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah, I agree with everything everybody says. The only concern I've got is the fact that we are for a lot of the things happening in the town going to, we're relying on grants, and will we get them? Can we be assured that we will, in fact, be able to do everything that we say we're going to do, bearing in mind the Levelling Up Fund, which only got 3 sentences in Councillor Larratt's report, has been refused. And that means, from when I looked at papers some while ago, that we would have to borrow over 40 years, which would mean that we would be tying up future councils for that 40 years with up to £1 million in debt. So I was told that everyone was very confident about that, but it didn't come through, and it just... Can you assure me that the grants that are going to be used for all of the building in the town centre will actually be received by this council?
Thank you, Councillor Davenport. You have just over a minute to go.
Thank you. Can I...
Councillor Michael Brown to speak.
Actually, Councillor Brown seconded.
Councillor Michael Brown indicated he wanted to speak, but if that's not the case now, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Well, in that case, I'm going to ask Councillor Nunn if you would like to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Chairman, and may I thank everybody for their comments. Just to respond to Councillor Davenport, I think she sort of drifted there to the regeneration, towns fund money and so on. I can give you an assurance that even though we might suddenly become a city and that's towns funds, that money remains in place, and it's very clearly marked the government will only allow expenditure on these very specific projects that they have approved. But beyond that, I think city status doesn't give an assurance of much. What it does do is it gives you an absolute certainty of the civic pride, the attraction to investors, and all of the other fine things that we have discussed today. So I think to conclude, I would say that What I've read here is that cross-party, across all age groups, across not just Northampton, but the whole of West Northants, or indeed Northamptonshire as a whole, there is benefit for this. And I'm going to ask that we move to the vote to show our full, complete support, with a hopeful outcome being that we attain the city status. And thank you, everybody, for your support for this. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to ask you for your vote. I'd like to vote, you must vote for, against, or abstain. Would you like to vote now? All those in favour, please vote. It is, isn't it? But I have to ask. Yes, is there anybody? Thank you very much. Is there anybody against? Jolly good. Any abstentions?
No, unanimous.
Well, I think it's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. If you recall, I mentioned at the start of the meeting we were going to have a break at 8 o'clock. Well, it's 5 to 8, and I think we could have a break, and could you all please, if you're going to leave the chamber, be back at 10 past 8 at the latest. Thank you.
goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes by. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each when she passes goes by. Tall and thin and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes by. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each when she passes goes
sunlight, and you hold me as I breathe. It's the summertime, 'cause I'm blowing through the breeze. You said I'm born to you, I'm born to see the day come through. I should care for you like you want me to. I don't want to see. Alright. Whoa, I don't want to see no more. Alright. Whoa, I don't want to see no more. Alright. Oh, I don't want to see no more. Yeah, no right. Turn me up in this place. It's an ocean of sound, yeah. Said turn me up in this place, yeah. Till the ocean is found. No, I don't want to see. It feels like I've been such a stranger. It feels like everything is wrong. It feels like I've been gone for ages. It's soon too done before too long, too long, too long, too long, too long. The time has come for change, yeah. With nowhere to escape, with different circumstances, I should've needed to behave. Oh, the time has come for changing, yeah. With nowhere to escape, with different circumstances, I should've needed to behave.
Thank you, everybody. It's taken a little longer than I thought. So we'll continue now with item 9, personal safety for councillors. I invite Councillor Mike Hallam to introduce the report and move the proposal. 5 minutes, Councillor Hallam.
Thank you, Chairman. We were all deeply shocked the other Friday afternoon when the news broke of the tragic murder of Sir David Amess MP. We were just as shocked, I think, as when we heard similarly of the tragic news of the murder of Joe Cox MP. Now, after the news broke the other week, I had several conversations with other councillors from all sides as to whether they had experienced anything as a councillor that they felt was wholly unacceptable. And whilst not as tragic or as heartbreaking as these terrible murders, I was shocked to hear that councillors, particularly those who have served for a long time, have also experienced incidents where they were scared, frightened, and had to get the police involved. Those incidents cross what I call the line. They are wholly unacceptable, and it is vital that we support each other, and particularly new members too, in advising on best practice on what to do when someone's behaviour is not okay and crosses that line. The report in front of you is based on LGIU best practice, and for me it's actually a working document. It's not a document that we will ever finish, and we will continually seek to improve it through our learning in the years to come. It also links directly into our own mental well-being, as if you experience one of these incidents, which I have, it does absolutely nothing to aid your own personal mental well-being. So I'm delighted that the 2 mental wellbeing training sessions that I spoke about earlier in the year will take place in the new year, and dates for those were circulated earlier into people's calendars. In summary, we're all here for the right reasons, which is to try to help people as best as we can. So it's important that we follow the best practice and advice that's out there to keep ourselves and others, people around us and officers too, as safe as we can as we try to exercise our duties. Happy to propose.
Thank you, Councillor Hallam. I'll call on Councillor Pinder Char now to second the proposal, please.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to propose support this report.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Right, I've got here a Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely agree with the importance of this document and the importance to protect councillors' safety. I just note that, as with a number of the upcoming reports, a number of the statements such as community impact are left blank or noted that there is no impact. I would suggest that there is perhaps an impact on the community through this, or that councillors' ability to interact safely with the public does have an impact on the community. Also, I feel in a document like this, and in all our documents, it would be advisable to have a section on equality and diversity, particularly in this subject, where issues of councillors' gender, ethnicity and other things may have an impact on their safety. There is reference in the guidance to racist remarks and hate crime. I think that we also need to consider where misogyny, homophobia, transphobia and other kinds of hate crime like that may come in. And in order to keep our focus on that, I feel it would be useful at some point for an equality and diversity section to be added to this document.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Sharps, please.
Thank you. I'm afraid that councillor has just taken my thunder, so I'd like to back your thoughts and like them added. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Aziz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to see this proposal being brought forward around personal safety for councillors. Sadly, I think many of us here today from all parties can say they have had experience where they have felt unsafe, or our work as elected representative has brought us unwelcome attention. When we stand for election, we know that we are putting ourselves forward. We want to stand up in our community and make a difference to help people. But sometimes people cross the line. Madam Chair, as well as my council work, I run a restaurant in Northampton, so people know where to find me. After past election, my restaurant has been attacked, and after election in May this year, bullet was shot through the windows whilst restaurant was shut. This was a sinister attack and obviously worried my family and myself. Madam Chair, when we was running our councillor surgery last month, I witnessed my fellow councillor wear bulletproof vest, which is very sad, very sad. But when I stood for election, I vowed to fight for the resident I represent. I'll continue to do so. Madam Chair, this proposal will give us some reassurance and help to keep us safe, so I support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Nobody else?
No further speakers.
Nobody else? Nobody else wishes to speak? Then I'll call on Councillor Hallam to respond to the debate, please.
Yes, thank you to all councillors that have contributed. Councillor Smith, absolutely, we can look at including that. It's exactly what I said. This is a working document, so if we want to drill down into more detail into certain areas and others that we haven't thought of yet, we certainly can do. And Councillor Aziz, I remember going to your to meet you at your restaurant the night after that incident happened, and was truly shocked. And it was amazing to see, actually, to talk to some of your other customers there as to how shocked they were at that as well. And it's quite right. We need to be, whilst we're accessible to the public, we need to be mindful that they know exactly where to find us, which is both a good thing and in cases that I've heard, as well as yours, a bad thing as well. So like I say, this is a working document. Please, I think we need to actually talk about this amongst ourselves. I don't think we do that as much in an informal setting. So if you hear things or think we could do something to help improve things, please let me know. Happy to propose this, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. We now come to the vote, ladies and gentlemen. Vote for, against, and abstentions. So all in those in favour, please show. All those against? And are there any abstentions? It's carried. Yeah. Thank you. We come to item 10, Constitution Review, and I will invite Councillor Adam Brown to introduce the report and move the proposal, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Firstly, I'd just like to clarify this follows on from the work of a cross-party working group sitting under the Democracy and Standards Committee. So I'd like to thank Councillor Patel and all those councillors from both the Conservative group and the Labour and Liberal Democrat groups who worked towards the body of work that we have before us this evening. I'd like to present to Council the recommendations, which are slightly different from those that appear on the agenda. So recommendation A under 3.1 of the report remains the same, that we acknowledge the work of the Democracy and Standards Committee. However, recommendation B is substantially altered. It would now read, agrees the additional proposals which were agreed by the Democracy and Standards Committee at its meeting on 23rd of November 2021 be accepted with the exception of item H, that instead of changing the word impracticable to not possible, a definition should be added to the glossary as follows. Impracticable, not possible without changing current resourcing or staffing levels. So that's recommendation B. Thereafter follows recommendation C, which is that Council formally approves the draft revised constitution to come into effect at the close of this meeting. And I'd like to draw members' attention to 5.14, which outlines the various recommendations that the working group came to. Just like to highlight the fact that due to some formatting issues with the Constitution appended to this report. The page numbers were about 4 to 6 pages out in some areas, but the recommendations are in line with the discussions had by that committee, and with that I'm happy to move the report to Council and recommend that we proceed accordingly.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Patel.
Madam Chairman, I'm pleased to second the report and reserves my right to speak later.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any members of the Council who wish to make a comment on this item, please? Councillor Davenport.
That was... I get to speak. Now, I must apologise to everyone because we've got a really full agenda tonight, but in my defence I did pull out the motion. Now, we all represent the people. We are the feet on the ground that know residents' concerns. A member-led, open and transparent council is what all members want. So what I'm saying is not politically generated. This, to me, is a council that runs for the people. The problems I've experienced is that a constitution is just words on paper in some instances. And my experience that openness and transparency has not been there for me when residents want it to be there. For over 2 months, I've tried to get answers to my residents' concerns, asking me about how the decision for the St James bus lane to be made 24/7 enforcement, what happened? How was that decision made? We know that Cabinet said it would be delegated to an officer and to the Cabinet member. But we don't know anything from that as to what has happened. And I feel that I'm not getting openness and transparency, and I felt obstructed. I've tried in every which way to get the information I need to do my work for my constituents. And I was told, well, you won't find anything that will change the fact. Decision was legal because it was delegated. But that's not the point. You delegated, and that doesn't give unfettered powers to a single officer to do what he wants. And we're talking about every single bus lane in the whole of Northamptonshire that he was...
Councillor Davenport, you have just under a minute to go. Please can you start wrapping up?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
You have 1 minute to go, Councillor Davenport.
That's
So
really
please do
annoying,
bring
sorry.
your point to the end. Thank you.
My concern is that the legal decision at Cabinet may have been legal, and that's all I'm being told. But I need to know to answer the questions. I have residents that have got enforcement officers knocking on their doors, taking away cars, taking away things from their house. And they're saying to me...
20 seconds.
That they were told that it wasn't a legal decision because of the way it was made. I just want to know. I asked for an email in response, and 2 months later, I get a freedom of information come back saying there's zero correspondence in 14 months from that officer to anyone to make that decision. So, yes,
thank you, Councillor Davenport. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll call on Councillor Sally Beardsworth, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am talking on the Constitution at the moment. To say I'm disappointed is putting it mildly. I was on the first Constitution when we were the council in waiting, as it were. And I worked very well with Conservative members on there, and we thought we did a reasonable job. Because we wanted it to make it fair and open and to allow people to have their say. This constitution has taken no account of anybody that's been consulted. Nothing has been taken on board by people who were consulted at all. That was the general public, so that's one. No written questions in future. We had 20 tonight, which have to be answered. And the reason I'm upset about that is that if I email someone, they don't have to answer me. Sometimes I email and I don't get an answer at all, and I wait and I wait and I wait, and it never happens. But with the written questions, we know we're going to get the answers on the night, but that's been taken out. We're now going to give the officers an extra £400,000. It was £100,000 originally, because we thought that was right, that we kept a check on what was being spent and actually to make sure there was no favouritism anywhere. And now that's been increased to 500,000. And that goes against everything that we discussed on the day, when we, the greeting, the meeting that we had. That was all we discussed. We've also been told that the Labour Party will have opposition priority business. Other parties don't get a look in because they're minority. The administration has allowed to be one motion, which they don't need to put any in at all in actual fact, because they are the administration.
1 minute to go, Councillor Bearsworth.
Yes, I'm being as quick as I can, Andre. Also, the Labour Party are having two motions, and the Liberal Democrats and the Independent are having one. Today we have brought 3 motions forward, all of them good, all of them necessary, to actually show to the people of this town that we are doing our job as the opposition. In future, we'll have to decide. In May, we have the AGM, the meeting, and in February, we have the budget. Those are 2 occasions there's no motions, and so I think there's 4 meetings that we can take motions in, so that's 4 motions a year. I hope you realise, as an authority, that you're gagging the opposition and not allowing them to have the right say. I would never do that. As a Liberal, I would never gag somebody. I think it's so important that you have people to able to express the needs of the people outside and the ones that you can't. So I think really and truly, I think it's a great shame that this has been changed so dramatically from the first edition, and I hope that you will look at it in future and make amendments to it, because I think it's totally unjust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bearsworth. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Roberts.
Sorry, I didn't hear my surname, apologies.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Bearsworth, I share some frustrations of the working group in that there were things that many people wanted that didn't get agreed. However, there was representation there from everybody, and there was conversation, and things that were agreed have been agreed within that working group and are within the Constitution. I'm with Councillor Bearsworth, though, that there is some restrictions in this Constitution on the public participation, and I think as a working group that's a matter that they need to reconsider as they move forward onto it next year. But I welcome the way in which the working group worked together in achieving what was a considerably complex document and making some good changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Harris, Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Democracy and Standards
Microphone.
I'm back, I think. Members of the Democracy and Standards Committee are fully aware of the concerns that remain for me, and I have to say for a few others too. There are some key areas that have not been addressed in this revision. The consultation responses from individuals, parish councils and councillors I hope it's back. Shows that the majority of people think that the Constitution doesn't hold decision makers to account, doesn't provide a way of improving services in the community, nor does it help councillors to represent their constituents more effectively. Changes made in this version do not address these points. Council should note there was a cross-party working group, but it still sits within a committee which has a majority Conservative representation and therefore I think it's back. It really was a review for officers, really to dot the I's and cross the T's, but it shouldn't be seen as finished. It has been described in the past as a living document, and it should continue to be seen that way. If you look at our agenda today, there is much business for this council to address, yet in this revision we end up with a constitution which works to reduce full council time. The simple question has to be, are we member-led or not? And that's all members and not just the administration. We will be pushing for further changes to ensure that we answer the key points raised during the consultation. Thank you.
Finished. Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't know if you'd finished or not, or the microphone wasn't working. Councillor Sue Sharps, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm disappointed that I will have less of the opportunity to put forward an independent point of view for a rural area. It's difficult for me to say anything about the cross-party workshop. I wasn't there. I would hope that it was a success. It certainly seems to have been from some points of view. But for me and for others, removing the right for questions seems wrong. You're getting less of a perspective. You have asked us since the beginning of this council for it to be member-led. We can't lead you anywhere. We can't focus you in any way. We can't show you what the people want. And I'm afraid you will just lead to outbursts from councillors who are frustrated. You should have looked again, in my own opinion, at how the letters could have been restructured. It is a useful way of councillors being able to interact with you as you sit at the hierarchy of our council and are able, from the point of view of giving us feedback on what is happening when you clearly don't want us to be part of the waking up of the council. Now, that is the point I want to make. Don't have us in there, but at least let us participate in the places we live and the rest of the county. You've got to acknowledge what you're doing now is wrong. And at some point, you are going to have to actually bring that to bear towards the rest of the residents when they ask you why we can't bring questions to you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ian McCord, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased, for a start, that the suggestions I fed in via the monitoring officer about the time that the constitution takes effect at the end of this meeting and not midway through has been taken on by the portfolio holder, so thank you for that. Because I think otherwise we risk getting ourselves in a right mucking fuddle by changing the rules mid-meeting. So when we came in, we would have finished at 10:30, but had we not done as he suggested, we'd have been finished at 9:30. I did think about raising the point of order and letting it go to sea, but it was a little bit of fun. Better still, though, at the start of the meeting, 11 motions would have been in order, and then only 5 would have been in order, and as mine was number 8, I thought that was quite important. Now, I hear what others have said on the changes to the Constitution, and I feel, though, there's still a need to ensure Council gets its business done efficiently. So I'm not against setting the number of motions to 5. I don't think we should sweat the small stuff about 100 grand or not, given the size of the budget that we're at. But I cannot really say some of the proposals coming through. What is the purpose of the main opposition motion? There'll be no debate on it, other than a chance to spray political graffiti. I think it's rather pointless. I do not understand either why the administration is constricting itself to just one motion. And I made some inquiries on that, and the only explanation I was given from officers was it was a copy and paste from the old Northampton Borough Constitution. But if the council want to do it, it's not something for me to die on a hill on. And whilst others have made comments stating that they feel elements are undemocratic, I have to say that some of the provisions in the constitutions are worse than that, not just undemocratic, but anti-democratic. Under the new rules, the motion I've laid down, motion 8, I'd be prevented from doing it in the future. The only way a motion can come forward is from a group.
Sorry to interrupt, you have 1 minute to go.
Individual members have no right to lay a motion. and represent their electors, and that is wrong. Uniquely, that only affects me, but it could affect any of the rest of the members if you find yourself in the same position. Any member who disagrees with their group cannot put a motion, and that is anti-democratic, and councillors should not be silenced in this way. I have concerns as to budget setting. The amendments need to be in on the day the budget is published, but if we stick to a convention that there are no changes from Cabinet to Council, we can live with that. The 6-month rule is also open to abuse, as it states 31 members can ask for a second bite of the cherry, but the same 31 can keep coming around time and again, and it needs something, I think, to say that when you've used that provision, you've no chance for a third attempt unless something fundamentally changes, or you're time barred, say, for 12 months. So, Madam Chairman, to conclude, this is an opportunity missed. I think we will be back having constitutional debates in the months to come, and we can get maybe a more concise, democratic and balanced constitution, and one, not the one that the administration will ram through shortly. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Chair. I want to quote a famous person on this constitution, and he always said when he had his television programme, Victor Meldrew, he said, "I don't believe it." And I'm quoting him because I don't believe it. I don't believe it is right that you've got the authority to take away the opposition questions and the motions. I think that's exactly right what Councillor Sally Beardsley said. It's a way of stifling the opposition to you. What are you worried about? You have, for goodness sake, you have a most vast majority that you can do anything you like. You can vote any motion down, you can answer questions to your own ends. What have you got to hide? It's this constitution is absolutely terrible. I've never in all my life been a political person come across a constitution like this. What are you playing at? To stifle the opposition so we can't book motions and we can't represent our communities. It's absolutely terrible. And I hope people out there will see how extreme the Conservative Party is when they take these decisions. I have to quote, and I'll quote again, you are classed as the nasty party.
Thank you, Councillor Meredith. You have just under 1 minute to go.
I don't want it.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I now call on Councillor Michael Brown.
Raising a point of order.
Oh. I didn't hear all this. No.
It's not actually a point of order I'm going to say, but never mind.
Hello, shall we remember who's in charge of this meeting? It's me. That was not a point of order, it was just a matter of opinion. And if Councillor Meredith wishes to say that, that is his opinion. It's probably not the opinion of the majority of us. However, Councillor Meredith, really, I do think that you should temper what you have to say in this chamber, and I would be most grateful if you would think on that in future. Okay. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to continue with the meeting. Enough is enough. We haven't got time for petty arguments. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Sam Rumins, I think we'll ask you to speak next.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick points to say. It's not about stifling democracy at all. I think this is a matter of practicality. And ultimately, everybody in this room that's been a councillor, whether it's been for 6 months odd or 20 years, would know that the vast majority of our work and the effective work that we do is outside of the chamber. And you know, the absolute vast majority I do is ask, certainly on the asking questions front, and I appreciate I'm a member of the administration, but I, you know, as a backbench councillor, asking questions on behalf of my residents, I don't think, I need to save that for a council meeting, and I appreciate there are some things that do need to be said at council meetings, but ultimately most stuff can be done outside of council meetings. These meetings are for the big stuff, as it were, the big debates and so on, and having so many motions every single meeting, I think it actually detracts from the importance of certain subjects that have been brought up, because, you know, as we've seen in previous meetings, we've just ended up sitting there almost waiting for things to move on because there's so much left on the agenda. Maybe there's a question to be asked about should we have more council meetings, potentially, and, you know, that is something I'm sure the committee can do and think about, because we need to make sure that the likes of Councillor Sharps from Brackley, who I know obviously works hard for her residents and wants to speak up and wants to make sure that things are done, and everybody from the Lib Dems and Labour and all independents and all the Conservatives too, we want to make sure everything gets done for our residents. We want to make sure that there's scrutiny. We want to make sure that there's rigour. Of course we do, but we need to be practicable about this. We need to be able to get business done in these meetings in a way that focuses the minds on the subjects that are really important to our residents. It's just practicality, you know, at the end of the day. But, you know, I appreciate this was as an item was a good opportunity for a bit of grandstanding. But again, that's part of the annoyance of this. You know, we want to focus on the issues, deal with the issues, not have political points constantly being made and wasting time instead of working for our residents. So yes, I appreciate some of the issues with this, but ultimately it's about practicality.
Councillor Aziz. Councillor Aziz.
Madam Chair, I'm not feeling well. I skipped that.
Not feeling well.
Thank you very much. Perhaps you ought to go home. Councillor Michael Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. On this point, we've got to really decide do we want lots on the agenda, or do we want lots of debate on quality items on the agenda? And I think this constitution change does address the fact that we have a huge amount on the agenda tonight, and the quality of the debate across all of the items is going to be very, very poor because we're trying to rush through so much in such little time. This meeting has now been running for 2 hours and 50 minutes, and we're not even on to the motions yet. And I feel I've been sitting here and I've heard nothing but the opposition speaking and giving their opinions and their considered views on behalf of their residents all evening. And I think we've had a good debate on a number of items. And I think I probably know more about a lot of the opinions of the opposition tonight than I do about the opinions of some people that I do serve with, because you guys have been out batting hard for your residents all evening. So I don't think these constitution changes are going to make a huge amount of difference to what you represent in your residents or not, because you are out and you're debating strong for your residents, and we're not even at the motions yet. So that's my opinion. I think we should get through this agenda item and continue with the meeting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Breeze.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to highlight a matter of detail in the report, and it's on page 151, and it's on Councillor Corlins to planning committees. Now, I know that the operation of the call-in system has been of concern for members across the council. So I want to highlight this because there are two elements in particular. So we've now got a far more permissive call-in process for members if they are concerned about an application that they think is otherwise going to be delegated, but they have planning concerns. If they, within the time frame, call in an application, they have to give a planning reason, and it has to be a relevant planning reason, but on the whole, those planning call-ins will be agreed. However, one significant difference is at 14.8. And when I was on the planning committee for many years at South Northampton Council, and I'm sure this happened across the authorities, you would sit and look at an application that's been called in and think, why is this here? obviously a councillor is reacting to the parish council concerns or residents' concerns, call an application, they don't turn up, they don't speak, and the planning reasons just don't stack up. It's of great concern to me because it takes up an enormous amount of officer time to prepare a report for a call-in. It's something like 10 times the manpower to prepare a report for a call-in rather than making a delegated decision.
Would you wind up, please?
So I am not in the least saying, members, please don't call items in, but if you do, item 14.8 on page 51 makes it very clear that the member calling in has to appear at the committee and register to speak. Otherwise, the item will be withdrawn and sent to officers under delegated powers. So I just thought this was the right opportunity to make sure that members were cognizant of that, because I think it is a very important point. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to remind councillors that even though they may be curtailed in speaking at this council meeting, I speak on behalf of my colleagues in the Cabinet to say that we are open and transparent to have a conversation with you at any time. And I personally always answer all the emails that I get from other members and do my best to help with the issues that you have with your residents. And I do feel that my colleagues would do the same. But you don't have to wait for this meeting to come and ask us questions. You can do that every day of the week. Thank you.
If there aren't any more questions, I'll call on Councillor Brown. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, this has been the work of the Standards and Democracy Committee for past 6 months, where we have set up a cross-party working group. I mean, I know my good friends from Lib Dem, you can never please them. I have given them enough platform to debate and discuss for last 6 months. But look, this is a living document. As for the consultation, we have incorporated quite a few items here. Some will form part of the Councillor Adam Brown's doing the, what was that, sorry, review on localism. So that will come back there. And we will be looking at the consultation in more details in the future Standards and Democracy Committee meetings. I would like to acknowledge all our people who have taken part in consultation, the Parish Council, the members, senior leadership, and everyone else as well. And thanks both the monitoring officer and deputy monitoring officer Jeff Weil for their contribution, and the staff from the Democratic Services, Tracy Tiff and Marina Watkins, and John, the solicitor, he's here as well. So, we very much appreciate, as I said, it's never easy. You cannot please everybody, but I think we just need to look at it. I mean, Councillor Rumans and Brown have made a good points that we need to look at it, how we sort of do our business in the future. And this is the right way of going through. And as I said, this is a living document, and we will be revisiting as and when required. So I'm pleased to move the report.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologise to members if I miss any of the points raised, because it was a lengthy discussion and somewhat remarkable that we can go through a potentially historic moment of agreeing to bid for city status for Northampton and have a rather short debate, and yet look at an inward-facing constitutional item, and the debate rattles on and on. Which isn't to undermine the importance of this debate. Of course, the Constitution underpins our work as a council on behalf of our residents. So just to address some of the points raised by Councillor Beardsworth, who worked incredibly hard alongside me to put together the original constitution. I do take a slightly different view from her. Actually, I think the lack of significant amendments coming out of the working group underline the fact that actually we went a long way to putting together a very good constitution through that initial working group. These are tweaks, by and large, when you look at outside of anything other than the procedural for full council meetings. There were some legal updates that had to be pulled through by the monitoring officer and the legal team. Funny that Councillor Beardsworth and Councillor McCord are at odds over the number of administration motions required. Councillor Beardsworth believes that we don't need any. Councillor McCord believes that actually we could do with a few more. We came somewhere in the middle as a compromise to have one, so that, for example, Councillors Rumans and Brown later on can highlight the needs of their residents as backbenchers when it comes to transport infrastructure. I don't accept that this is in any way gagging the opposition. I don't think we could ever succeed in gagging such a committed opposition who will go out and fight hard for their residents. Neither do I think that it's in any way curtailing public participation. We're extending both the time limit for public speakers and the time limit for questions without notice to Cabinet members off the back of our reports. I think the thinking from the working group was that there was a duplication within the original constitution, in that we had written questions which were often information gathering exercises that could be done outside of meetings, followed by the absolutely important work of scrutinising and cross-examining Cabinet members, which ultimately should be the purpose, I believe, of this council meeting, to hold the administration to account. And that can be done through plenty of other methods, aside from motions on notice. I don't hide my opinion that actually motions are probably the worst possible way of formulating policy. Policy affects people's lives. It deserves a thorough and rigorous analysis in a forum that is far less contentious than this one. Councillor Davenport, I'm afraid that I think you're referring to an old county council decision, so this constitution isn't the document that would determine that particular issue. And so someone said the immortal phrase living document. It will continue to be a living document. Councillor McCord's absolutely right. In a few months' time, we will almost certainly be discussing further constitutional changes, because it's fundamental to democracy that we keep these things under review, and I would endorse that approach.
Thank you very much indeed. We now come to the vote, ladies and gentlemen. For, against, or abstain. Those in favour, please show. Those against? And any abstentions? It's carried. Thank you very much. We now come to item 11, annual report of Pensions Committee, and I call on the Councillor Malcolm Longley, please.
Thank you, Chair. You're all pleased to hear I'm not going to drone on too long about pensions. It can be considered quite a boring subject or dry subject, but it is a very important subject, certainly for all the staff. So, I'll take a moment or two to go through one or two of the things you may not be familiar with. The report's all about the governance, oversight, and investment activities. Talked about delegated responsibilities, governance activities, admin strategy, and also the multiple investment strategy, which might be quite new to some of you. What it is because there's several hundred members, there's several hundred employers in this pension fund. It's not just us, quite a lot, and they're all the sort of shapes and sizes, as it were. And so, therefore, the investment strategy for one area, say us, very substantial area, and another one, which is a very small area, may not be the same. So that's what that means. Anybody that wants any actual information on it, please let me know. So we'll look with the approval of the annual report took place, and it's quite interesting to note that at the 31st of March this year, the value of the fund is £3.1 billion, so it's very, very big numbers, and that's up marginally under £700,000 in the full year. It's also the latest estimate, which isn't in this report, is that it's at 107% covered. Now, that's just an estimate, and that'll be subject to our full valuations coming in March of next year. There's also a reference there to the asset pooling approach, which and access, and what that is, for those that aren't familiar with it, is it's a pool of a number of councils put an amount of money in, and that pool is 56 billion, mainly around the north of London area, and what it does, it gives economies of scale and so on. And that particular pool covers 3,400 employers and just over 1 million members. I'm still feeling a bit of our way in that, but that could well be the future. Now, there's at the end of the report here, there is a reference to the RI, and that is the Responsible Investment Strategy, and it's a reference to it, and people who want to know a bit more about that, very welcome to contact me, and I'll put them in the right direction. It also refers to cyber resilience. Now, that's a bit of a scary subject because, it's evolving as we speak. So that's the report. It's fairly straightforward, I think. It's good news as far as I'm aware. So far so good, I think, on this one. So if anybody wants any further details outside of this meeting, I'll only be too pleased to put it in the right direction. So thank you, Chair. That's all I have to say on this subject.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Morton to second the motion, please.
Yeah, Chair, I'd just like to second the motion, the report from Malcolm Longley.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the council who would like to say anything? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, and I agree, Councillor Longley, it might seem like a misdemeanour of a report, but it absolutely is important to staff. And I just want to highlight the two small things in the report around the climate impact. I think given the motion that we've got later, and whether that motion is voted for or not, there needs to be a greater recognition of the importance of the climate impact from the way in which we invest in those funds.
Thank you very much.
Nobody further.
Nobody further?
May I respond just very briefly? Yes, I have nothing more to say on the report, but I would respond to Councillor Roberts in that I've got a great deal to say on that a bit later on. Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, we come to the vote now, please. For, against or abstain. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against? Are there any abstentions? Thank you. It's carried. Item 12, annual report of the Local Pensions Board. Again, Councillor Longley.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief on this one. This is a group, and if you look on page 441, looking at the membership, and this is a local group. This is not a statutory requirement, but it's a good thing to do, in that we have members it's really looking over the shoulders of the pension committee and keeping an eye on it and looking at the risk management, good practice, and so on and so forth. And if you look at page 444 or 445, there's all the other interests, but it's so I won't continue further than that. If anybody wants any further info on that, I'm only too pleased to give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morton.
I agree. Second the motion again, please, the report.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any members of the council who'd like to have anything to say on this matter? If not, then we will move. Oh, sorry, Councillor Longley, anything else you'd like to say?
Nothing else, thank you.
Sorry, I forgot about you.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Nothing more to say, thank you. Nothing to add.
Okay, fine, thank you. Then shall we move to the vote? For, against or abstain? All those in favour, please show. Those against? And any abstentions? It's carried. Thank you. Item 13, the annual report on the Corporate Parenting Board. Councillor Baker.
Thank you. With your indulgence, Madam Chairman, I would just like to take this opportunity to remind all councillors that as an elected councillor, you are a corporate parent and do have a responsibility to the looked after children that are in the care of our council. This report is the annual report for the Northamptonshire Corporate Parenting Board for 2020. It is a joint board between ourselves and the Northamptonshire. The report is presented to the council for information. The report sets out the legal underpinning of corporate parenting and the structure of the role to the board, including the creation of the trust and the creation of 2 unitary councils. It sets out how life during lockdown was extremely isolated time for many children and many young people, and how we as partners across the system supported each other to provide services to the children in our care and to the care leavers. The voice of children and young people celebrating the work of our participation groups for the young are also shown in this report, and showcases some of their artwork, which is really interesting to see. We continually assess ourselves against our pledge and sought to monitor what we've done well and what we need to do better. Whilst we've provided for children mental health, there have been times when there have been challenges to provide health assessments in a timely way, and this is something we are putting a lot of pressure on at the moment with our health colleagues, because an initial assessment for children coming into our care is a vital thing. The report outlines the work of the fostering service, adoption service, and our children's homes, and how the statutes for these services have changed. Now they are in the Children's Trust. The report outlines the work of the Children's Trust and the activity around their recruitment and retention activity, caseloads, and improvement plan that they work to. We're also had in the last, probably, it feels like few months, but it probably is a bit longer, but certainly in the last 9 months, we've had 4 Ofsted inspections, and on every one of those, they have shown that our children's service is on an improvement journey, and I'm really pleased to be in that position. And I just would like to, before I close, remind you that we are collecting goods for Christmas hampers for care leavers, and we have a couple more days to go if you've any of you got anything that you would like to give to that cause. So it is a recommendation that the Council notes the contents of this report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Could I call on Councillor Louisa Fowler to second the motion, please?
I'm happy to second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Harry Barrett.
Thank you for the report, Councillor Baker. I appreciate the time and effort that went into producing that. Can I request that in your next one you comment on the safeguarding arrangements for those students in care who are not attending school? Following this, I would like to pick up on a comment made earlier about home education. Sections 10 and 11 of the Children's Act 2004 give local authorities general duties for promoting the well-being and, in relation to their non-educational functions, safeguarding and promoting the welfare of children in their areas. This includes children educated at home as well as those attending school. Section 175 of the Education Act 2002 requires authorities to make arrangements for ensuring that their education functions are exercised with a view to safeguarding and promoting children's welfare. Therefore, the general duties of local authorities in relation to safeguarding are the same for all children, however they are educated. Can I please ask the portfolio holder to look at how, moving forward, the authority can ensure those students educated at home are safe? Moving on, when schools don't have strong advocates for our looked after students, the provision is weak. When the virtual school don't push the agenda, provision is weak and our young people are let down. I'd like to ask for clarity, please. The report states that 96% of statutory school-aged children had a pet. There is, I hope, a missing S in there somewhere, plural. I'll go further. Why aren't PEPs being conducted for every looked after child 3 times a year? We should have a 100% completion rate of PEPs. The Children and Families Act says that. May I ask the portfolio holder to respond to my questions at the earliest opportunity? If I assume that 3 PEPs are being conducted and the 96% is a reflection of that, it's still a 4% statutory failure. How can you ensure that we are fully compliant? Further, why have we dropped 2% in the past year? And finally, 31% are rated as requires improvement. Why is that so high? Is it a case that the virtual school caseloads are simply too high and it's a staffing issue, preventing them from effectively supporting schools?
Councillor Barrett, you have just 1 minute to go.
On how to produce good quality PEPs. Why isn't there a detailed educational offer of regular training to inexperienced designated teachers? Why can't we ensure that these PEPs are done and to a very good standard? What can we do to bridge the gap, is my question. Our educational provision in this county is improving. I know that. I see it every day in my job. But we're not there yet. Ofsted say that. We're not good at the moment. And we won't be if we continue to miss statutory obligations. And most worryingly is these misses are occurring with our most vulnerable students. Why are we failing 4% of our children in care?
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Beardsworth, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I missing some pages from this report? I only seem to have 2 pages here. Is there more pages than this? Further in the pack. Only I was just looking at this and I was thinking, you know, you've got governance and strategy, you've got life down during lockdown, but you have no outcomes for any of these. It just says, is it more in detail in the other bit? Oh, thank you. Right. Okay, so we have got some further information in this bit. Okay, but not a lot. When you consider the huge role that the Corporate Parenting Board used to have. We used to have no end of information. I've got it now. You've got that one as well? Okay, so but it wasn't in with the same, it was sent separately, was it? I didn't have it. I didn't get it sent to me this time. I didn't get the information sent to me, so I was looking online, but I didn't find it. I will read it and get some more information because I was just worried that was, because it doesn't actually give you any outcomes, and I really need to see outcomes. Thank you very much for that. Cheers.
Just quoted them.
Oops, sorry.
Have you finished, Councillor Beardsworth?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted clarification that was more paperwork, and I found it now.
Finished.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. I call on Councillor Stone, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the report. It's always very interesting reading. I have got some questions to ask you. I'm referring to page 24, where it says we will make sure you get a good education, one of the pledges we make to our children. I'm very curious about that, and I'm really curious about it, particularly in relation to care leavers. I've been told virtual schools don't monitor what's going on with care leavers, so one of my questions is, who is monitoring that? And is the portfolio holder aware that because of what's going on in the job market, care leavers at 16 are under the most enormous pressure to get jobs and drop out of education, and it is certainly happening to an extent that I haven't known it previously, and I'm sure that is being driven by the state of the job market. I've been supporting care leavers recently who've been told by Universal Credit that they can't claim Universal Credit if they're in full-time education. I think they are entitled to do that because they're care leavers, but this is something that needs to be taken up by the service because we're having very ambitious young people attending college who have got their eyes on bigger prizes. They want to develop skills in trades, or they want to go to university, and they're being persuaded by the DWP not to stay in education, but to go and get jobs. So I think all of that is really problematic, and I don't know who in the service to go to talk to about all of those kind of things. So for me, it's a really urgent issue.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've already heard an awful lot about the importance of education to our young people in West Northamptonshire this evening, and I think all corporate parents, as we are here in this chamber, will want to highlight the value of a good education for people. So I hope, Madam Chairman, you'll excuse the crowbarring in of this issue. But I'd just like to ask if the Cabinet member will join me in congratulating the staff and students at Campion School, who in their most recent Ofsted inspection went from requires improvement to good, so thereby benefiting many residents in our own Bugbrook ward.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to assure Councillor Brown that I have already written to the school with my congratulations.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I think as a rule, I'm sure this council will want to celebrate all of our teachers, education providers, support staff, cooks, cleaners, caretakers, admin assistants, etc. The list is as long as your arm, because they've kept our children in or out of school and schooled for such a significant period of time. So, you know, I praise to all. There's two very small points. I read the report with lots of interest. I've said before in this chamber, I'm learning lots as I go through this programme. But there was a couple of points around children's homes, and I didn't think the report addressed what I've seen is quite a lot of planning applications for homes being turned into properties that will have 4 or 5 young adults or care leavers or children in them. Generally, I think it's 2 to 18 they can take, and there's not a lot of detail around that, and I'd expressed concerns about those planning applications before, so I'd like to see some more around that. And then the care leavers issue, I think, is a concern for us all, and there was talk at different meetings I've been at about not quite knowing where they all were, so I'd really like us to focus on that element, but I'm sure the members of the Corporate Parenting Board will do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fowler, is there anything you want to add at all?
I'm just going to say, first of all, that I'm going to hand over to Councillor Fowler because I know that she is working exceedingly hard on my behalf, looking into all of the PEPs, and I'm sure she can give you her view on those.
So I think the first response was to the PEPs, and the reason that some of those won't be completed in terms with the statutory duty is because if anybody is away, they cannot be completed. And with the number of isolations that have been taking place in school, if a social worker is absent, if the student is absent, or if the designated safeguarding lead is absent, that PEP cannot be completed within its statutory requirements. So that is probably why there has been an increase. And then to move on to the question of advice to care leavers, Councillor Baker and I did actually pick up at one of our meetings the other day what we felt was the fact that care leavers are being given careers advice far too late from prospects, and we have arranged meetings for the new year because we believe that the advice that is given to them must start far, far earlier in their education journey. So we have arranged to go into schools from January and meet with the designated safeguarding leads and also with the careers advisors, because we just, well, the head of careers as it will be, to ensure that all of those students are on their radar and are being given support, most crucially, because this is the part they struggle with work experience. And as Councillor Baker did say, we are all statutory parents. How many of us are ensuring that we are providing work experience? How many of us suggest that we could find work experience for any children in care in our wards? So we do all need to recognise that we are part of the solution, and we have to find answers to ensure that the children in our care have the same opportunities we would want for our own children. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Can I raise a point of order, please?
Councillor Barrett.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. I'm a designated teacher myself, and today I conducted a PEP whereby it was online because of sickness, and the duty team manager conducted it on behalf of the social worker in order to stay in line with statutory commitments. So I just need to correct the record there because that was incorrect. Thank you.
Not if there are... But if they are so ill that they can't do it online, then it can't be completed.
Correct, but the duty team manager needs to step up and take that statutory obligation, which is the law.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you. It's obvious to us all now that Councillor Barrett is an exceedingly good teacher, and I'd be very happy to have a meeting with him and a conversation to hear more of his views in order to support our work that we are doing with the children. But as Councillor Fowler said, your standards, unfortunately, are not the same as others, and it is something that we're working exceedingly hard on at the moment. And I do have to hold my hand up and say, those of you who know that I have been in children's services from the bottom up, and at that time, most focus was given on keeping children safe and looking after children in care, etc., etc., etc. So I would say that my attention was not fully on the education side of my portfolio, but with Councillor Fowler's help and Councillor Lister's help with school effectiveness, we are now fully focused on that area, and we have a lot of work ahead of us to do. So please be assured that we have that very much on our radar.
Very much indeed. We now come to the vote for, against and abstention. So all in favour, please show. Thank you. Anybody against? And abstentions? It's carried. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. We now come to item 14, Joint Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Concerning the Horton General Hospital in Banbury. Councillor Mike Hallam, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I can be fairly brief on this item, I think. This was a committee that was previously established under the auspices of Northamptonshire County Council and the bit of that county that comes under the Horton area. Our appointee to this is proposed to be Councillor Herring, and I know she'll do a great job over there. It's worth saying, actually, that Horton have got some really ambitious plans to do a complete rebuild. They're aiming for that government fund, I think it's 40 hospitals that we're aiming to build or completely rebuild by 2030. So we wish them all the luck with that, and any support that they need or we can offer, please, Councillor Herring, be in touch with that, and we wish them all the best for that, for those plans. That being said, I'm happy to propose the report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lizzie Bowen, to second.
Thank you. Yes, I'm delighted to be able to second this report, and just to add that I have every confidence in Councillor Herring. Will do an absolutely fantastic job, as she does in her job anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Members of the council who wish to say anything, I have a Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. In 2017, I had extensive orthopaedic surgery at the Horton, and it was a fantastic experience in the sense that they couldn't have done enough for me. And if we're going to continue to work in partnership, then I think it would improve the outcomes and opportunities for the residents in Northamptonshire and West Northants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to say anything on this matter? If not, Councillor Hallam.
I have nothing further to add, Chair, so happy to go to the vote.
Thank you very much indeed. For the vote, for, against and abstain, all of those in favour, please show. Against? Abstentions? It's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Item 15, Local Council Tax Reduction Scheme, 22-23, Councillor Longley. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now, the reason this is before the Council tonight is it's actually a budgetary issue, which normally you wouldn't have sight of until the new year, unless you're involved in it. But we're obliged to have it in place by the 31st of January next year, and in addition, we're obliged to have it agreed at this Council and also to have a consultation beforehand. So there's a sequence of events that brings it to the Council tonight. The three items of significance that come out of this report, the first is that when we first did the budgets, and it was a cross-party group, and a number of you remember being part of it, we decided that when we had to put the minimum, the council tax arrangements in in place for those that couldn't afford the full tax, then we agreed on a 20% figure, and I think it was the south that had to go higher. The borough came down, and Daventry stayed more or less where they were, I think, is more or less there. So we're proposing we maintain that. It's currently what's in situ at the moment, and we're proposing that we continue that in the following year. That's the first item of significance, but there are two little bits of good news that we can put in as well, and that is there are two amendments that we intend to put in, we're proposing to put in, and it's on page 539, and it's proposal 1 and proposal 2, and the first is that in proposal 1, we include additional support for care leavers, which wasn't in the case before, so that's quite a good thing, we like to think. And the second one was a 100% disregard of war widows and war disablement pensions. They were taken into account when figuring out the numbers previously, but was to ignore that, so therefore they are in a far better position as well. So those are three items of significance, the proposals, the changes in the proposal will cost £40,000 a year, which will actually be in the budget. We've accounted for that. If anybody wants any further details on that, of course, there's our revs and benefits. People have got acres of it. So, Chair, that's all I have to say on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mark Hughes to second, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to second the item and welcome the proposals that enable our care leavers to take greater steps towards prosperity and support closing the gap that we've seen between the average number of people in education, training and employment in our unitary and the far smaller percentage of those leaving our care system in education, training and employment. So this, coupled with the relief for our war widows and those affected by war disablement through the removal of the 20% minimum contribution, showcases that we are collectively a very compassionate council. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of council who wish to speak. Councillor Sue Sharps, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel I've spoken too much this evening and I will withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really agree and welcome the recommendations, particularly for care leavers. I think I've told this story before, but a couple of years ago I was happening to drive past a young man that I know who had a big pack on his back. So I stopped to say hello. What are you doing with this great big pack on your back? And he was running away from home. He was a care leaver. He was one of our separated children. And he had just received his council bill, and it frightened him, his council tax bill, and it had frightened him so much because he didn't know to expect it, that he was about to run away. And I'm so glad I got hold of him when I did. So I said to him, I'm your councillor, you come to me before you do anything like that. But it's really, really important for our care leavers, that waiver. So thank you very much for that. But I just want to make a point about council tax. Any form of means testing costs a huge amount of money, doesn't it? And defaulting on council tax costs a lot of money as well. So there is a balancing act to be made about how we do business around council tax. And I think the time has really come, you know, when we need to be going to government to say it's not working. Council tax is not working, and we need to rethink how we raise revenue in local authorities. We need a much fairer, much simpler, much cheaper system to manage, because I resent every halfpenny that we spend on administering means testing and on administering debt collection. Actually, you know, this is our money, it's our residents' money, and it should be being spent on services. So I think the whole thing needs a major, serious rethink, and I think we should all be lobbying government to that end. But in the meantime, I really, really welcome what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Councillor Bearsworth.
Sorry, Councillor Bearsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I welcome to the inclusion of young people leaving care getting the help that they justly deserve. They've had a rough ride, and anything we can do to help them is going to be a plus. And I would like a little bit more advertising of the hardship fund, because this winter is going to be devastating for so many people, with a huge hike in gas prices and electric, food going up, and we must make sure people are aware of this, because I think people are going to really struggle this year, and until they get sorted out, because they're talking about gas prices doubling, and it's a lot for people to take on with children. So if we can get something out in the media, that would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you. No? Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, Councillor Stone. I'm sorry, I thought it was Councillor Stone that put her hand up.
No, all I'd
Beg
like
your
to
pardon.
say is, I don't know how many thousands of council tax renewal bills that we're sending out, but obviously all those people that they're sending out reminders to are generally people that can't afford to pay, and then we're going to take them to court, that then drops them into a debt that they then risk having the bailiffs come round. You know, how, if they really can't afford to pay, where do we go from here? You know, at one time it was 0% that they paid if they were a certain amount. And when I've looked at it previously, when at Daventry we had to enforce our percentage, actually then dropped people below what's a livable amount. So I don't know how many thousands, which I'm sure there is thousands of people that we are sending reminders out to, and how many do end up in court, and then what do we do? Well, you know, if they end up then get evicted, what happens to them? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Longley.
Yes, a couple of points I'd like to make here. The first is that I hadn't forgotten the story, so and that was part of it. The second thing, I agree totally with Sally there, that the hardship fund is there, and it's not terribly well known, and it should be, because that's the route. You know, I think the days of Dickensian evictions and things, you know, I take the point of a difficult winter, and I think we're all on the same page here. You know, and we will do what we can here. Chair, that's all I have to say on the subject.
Could I just add?
Councillor Baker.
I think I put my hand up before my colleague here, but I just wanted to reassure Councillor Beardsworth that we've had funding from government to help with our looked after families, and money for heating, etc., etc. The comms for that started this week. We will be putting it out to all the job centres, all the citizens' advice offices, and contacting all of our schools so that the information can be given out to the families that they know will be in difficulty. So we are doing our best, and if you see social media posts, any of you who do social media, please do share it as much as you can, because these things just are there briefly, aren't they? So it needs to be perpetuated.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly on that, I wasn't going to speak because both my colleagues spoke incredibly eloquently on the subject, and the benefits we've got from the care leaver process is great. But when we started talking about that fund, I'm afraid I had to come in, because that's a sticking plaster for the problems that people have got. Not the hardship fund that you were talking about, Councillor Longley, but the government funding that Councillor Baker's just referenced, that we've sent a press release out today on, is a sticking plaster for the problems that people have got this year and previously. The pandemic didn't create the poverty that people in the town and the rest of West Northamptonshire experience. So I think we've really got to remember that, and I really hope that the settlement coming from government that we should hear about shortly is better than that fund, because that is a snippet, sticking plaster, that's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Longley, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No more to add, thanks, Chair.
Right, thank you. Shall we move to the vote then, ladies and gentlemen? All those for the motion, please show. Anybody against? And abstentions? Thank you, it's carried. We move on to item 16, update West Northamptonshire Pay Policy Statement, please. And I'll have turn over the page. And it's Mike Hallam, I believe, Councillor Hallam.
Thank you very much. This is something that we're obligated to publish and keep up to date, and therefore we've duly published. I'm happy to propose.
Thank you very much. And now we have a change from the programme. Councillor Chowan.
Thank you, Chair.
You're going to second it?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Happy to second this report.
Thank you very much indeed. Have we got anybody else to speak? Councillor Beardsworth.
I'll pass on this one, Chair, so we're running short on time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I should be listed to speak. Just very briefly, really glad that the motion we put forward, this is the reason this is here today. It's been amended to cover those who are receiving remuneration of a significant amount, whether they work in agency or on temporary contracts. That's brilliant. When with this pay policy came before the Shadow Authority, I said the same thing then. We've really got to remember the disparity in pay here, and we can't forget that. This is just a statutory document, but the disparity in pay between our lowest paid workers and our highest paid workers, I appreciate the job that they do, but that disparity is significant and goes all the way to all of the things that we're all talking about protecting people. So it's a really important point to make.
Thank you very much. If there's nobody else, Councillor Hallam.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments, Councillor Roberts. Obviously, recently in November pay packets, it would be remiss of me not to say that our staff, some of our lowest paid staff, have had some of their biggest ever pay rises that they've ever received. So they've fully deserved them, and we wish them well as we move forward. Happy to move to the vote.
Thank you. So we'll move to the vote then, please. All in favour, please show. And against, please show. Any amendments? Then it's carried. Thank you very much. Item 17, appointment of parish members to Middleton Cheney Parish Council. Councillor Hallam again.
Again, I can be brief given the hour. This is also something that we're obligated to do. The names of the appointees are listed, all local people, I understand. I'm happy to propose the report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chowan.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second the report.
Thank you very much. Any speakers, please, on this item? Nobody? Then we move... Oh, Councillor Hallam, anything else you wish to say? Thank you very much. Move to the vote. All in favour, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? Then it's carried. Thank you very much. Item 18, Director of Children's Services, Recruitment and Interim Arrangements, please. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. This report is brought to us to seek the members' approval to change the structure to include a single DCS for West Northamptonshire. I'd like to take this opportunity to say I have worked very closely with our current DCS, Cathy Hadley, for 2 years. We worked very hard with the children's team to ensure the children's service was on the improvement journey before it went into the trust. I wish to put on record to thank Cathy for all she has done to help us put children's services on the right road. The paper outlines the change of position from a joint DCS, which we currently have covering North and West Northamptonshire, to a DCS for the West. I believe this will be a good move. We have this opportunity, with Cathy leaving to take up a post in Bournemouth, to have a full-time person who is here concentrating on the children that we care about in the West. And I understand you will have read the papers, so it leads me to recommend this proposal to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler.
I'm happy to second the proposal.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. It's very brief, really just a note of thanks from the Liberal Democrat group to thank Cathy Hadley for her work and to wish her well in her new role. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Same respects to Cathy. I've had a short time in being able to talk to her and Councillor Baker, but in the time that I have, everything that she's come to me with has been sensible, pragmatic and honest, so I commend her for that. My concern, and I'll be quick on it, is that we've only got a really short period of time here, even for an interim appointment. We've also got a temporary appointment in her AD as well, and we don't know whether that's going to be filled before he departs in March time, I think. So I'd like to see another report on the position on that in front of the council at the earliest opportunity, because I think it's a risk for us and one we need to really be clear on.
Thank you very much. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too would want to place on record my thanks to Cathy. Certainly during the shadow period, it was extremely useful to be able to work with someone like Cathy. I am a little concerned by this proposal for a number of reasons. A good Director of Children's Service is difficult to find. They are not to a penny, and they are certainly expensive. And apart from the fact that we can just find an extra 100 grand whenever we need to create a job, the one thing which worries me is the stability of the trust and the stability of the children within that trust. It's only been going a year on the 1st of November past, and it's still in its finding its feet and moving forward. It does worry me that we're going to have more churn, which is the last thing that we need in that area, just as it is attempting to get up and get itself out of its past difficulties. The other concern I have is attracting someone who is going to go for, in effect, half a job, because the trust arrangements puts the operations in one side and the strategy in another. By at least doing it across both authorities, you had two halves of a half to give you a job. I'm deeply concerned that this may not be a good move, and when you say, well, we'll have our own and we'll be able to do it, I'm also concerned that you can have a situation with the trust and two DCSs from the north and the west, that you'll have the opportunity for constant 2-on-1 activity, depending who the two are against the one. It was always part of my thinking to make sure that could never happen, and I want to be assured that that can never happen.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stone.
Just very briefly, I want to remind colleagues that we're looking at our 8th Director of Children's Services in that many years. And it's one of the reasons why our children's services are struggling on their improvement journey. This is such a hugely important job. It's one of the most important services we deliver. I think Cathy Hadley has done a blindingly good job. She's been really committed and she's been really visionary, I think. But also, she's got a very certain touch, hasn't she, about how to get things done and what needs to be done. She's going to be incredibly hard to replace, as we know from the history of these appointments. I share Councillor McCord's concern about this push-me-pull-you effect that we might be experiencing in having two DCSs. And we need to work really, really hard to make sure that those two roles are equivalent, compatible, and that they share the vision
1 minute to go,
and share the pragmatism that is needed to get things done. But over and beyond all of that, I am really worried about our children, because that instability, that destabilisation, it has a huge impact. It has an impact on the staff. It has an impact on our families. It has an impact on our children. We need to get to the bottom of why we have that churn at that important level of service. And I understand what Councillor McCord has said. The people of that calibre are very hard to come by, and of course they are very expensive. Who cares about the expense? If we can find the right people, but we need to really understand why people come in and leave us so quickly. We really need to understand that. And if there is something that we need to change, then we need to be really open and clear about that, and we need to make those changes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to actually point out that even our Commissioner thinks that our children's services are in a fairly safe place in the Children's Trust. They have very high quality staff in the Children's Trust. They have Colin Foster, who is the Chief Executive. They have 4 ADs who are exceedingly competent, and they are running our children's service. We are like contract managing it and overseeing it. We're not hands-on with the children's service in the way we were before. It is purely run by the Children's Trust, and everybody that I speak to thinks that it's going well. I agree it's early days, and the Trust has probably been, I can't remember, was it last May or something that they started, but we are in a very much more stable place than we've been for years. I'm confident that we will, between discussions with myself and Jonathan and Anna, we will go the right way. And we have to bear in mind that this is a decision that is not necessarily what we might have done, but we are 2 councils with 2 completely different visions on how we want to see ourselves going forward. And this is the situation that we are now in. And I think that we will have somebody good who wants to come here and help us with our service.
Thank you very much. We move to the vote, ladies and gentlemen. All those in favour, please show. Those against? And any amendments? It's carried. Thank you very much indeed. We now come to item 19, which is motions. Motion 1, which was to be proposed by Julie Davenport. I have been advised that Councillor Davenport has notified us she wishes to withdraw this motion in accordance with Rule 29.5 of the Council Procedure Rules. We will now move on to motion 2. Yes, we've got 3 written down. Councillor Michael Brown. Thank you. Yes. Councillor Michael Brown, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Now, I'm going to try and keep this short because there's been a lot of speaking tonight and there's a lot of other business on the agenda. So I'm going to cut the speech. I'm just going to quickly talk about we really want to turbocharge our local economy with better infrastructure, jobs, better businesses, better productivity, connectivity, and to really move some of that traffic away from the rat runs through the towns and to improve the internal network for people that need to use it, such as cyclists and pedestrians, reduce the pollution and congestion. It's a really simple motion with no caveats, really. It's just basically asking people tonight for the political will and, in principle, this scheme. It's not about the funding, it's not about alternative schemes, it's not about timescales, it is literally the principle and the political will from the council tonight. So I read, this council agrees in principle with the creation of a new dual carriageway / grade separated northern orbital road around the north of Northampton to reduce pollution and traffic through the town, especially residential areas, whilst supporting and safeguarding jobs and providing infrastructure for future growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Councillor Sam Rumin to second the motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to disappoint everyone and talk a little bit. Okay, I'm going to pose some questions and I'm going to answer them, which should try and make this quite clear. So, what do we have now? Huge traffic jams, loads of pollution, suburban streets with near schools overrun by cars, and all of the negatives that go on from that. Why do we have that? Because we have a very large town on small town infrastructure. Orbital roads only covering the southern half of the town. So what do we want? We want to complete the orbital route, as Michael has said, filling the chasm between the A43 near Malton and Sywell and the A45 near junction 16 of the M1, or some roughly around those sorts of areas, because that's where the gap is. What about the climate emergency, I hear you say? That's obviously a much bigger issue than this. This road is obviously a small thing in the grand scheme. You know, we need to be moving as many cars off the roads as we can in a way that works for people. We need to move as many cars from being petrol and diesel and everything else to being electric or other forms of zero emissions motion, etc. We need to encourage as much active travel as possible and all the rest of that. That is so crucially important to the future. But The infrastructure for cars needs to be so much better than it is, and we cannot get away from the fact that it's miles off where it needs to be. And as much as those other things are crucial, we know that cars are still going to be vitally important to the lives of our residents and everybody moving way, way into the future. Then I hear you say, but two Kingsthorpe councillors are proposing this. Is this narrowly focused? No, this road will transform the entirety of the Northamptonshire infrastructure system. Yes, obviously in Kingsthorpe we have massive issues, but these issues stretch way across Northants as a knock-on. You know, I'm sure all of you have experienced the knock-ons of traffic issues that we have around Northampton and in the surrounding areas as a result of the lack of big infrastructure in the north end of the town. What other context is there here? Obviously tonight we talked about city status. You can't have a good, great, successful city without really good infrastructure, and I think this would be a crucial part of that. And obviously we want to open ourselves up as much as possible to new businesses and people and culture and become a bigger hub in the Midlands and in the UK.
1 minute to go.
Thank you. Then you say, wasn't this in the manifesto? Why motion now? It was in the manifesto, but we wanted to include some specifics around the grade separation and dual carriageway, and also just to kind of get the conversation going on this matter, try and build some momentum, because obviously it's going to cost an absolute fortune, to be quite frank with you. So therefore, if this motion passes, what next? Come up with new designs on what the road could be, consult on them, cost the project, get formal approval from council on those, and have the project on the shelf and ready to go so that we're in prime position to win funding, because obviously, as we know, historically winning funding from government for stuff like this is very, very hard, and so we need to put ourselves at the absolute front of the queue to do that. So finally, I'm very happy to second the motion and would be delighted to see council formally approve it. Let's be ambitious.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to notify council that an amendment has been received, copies of which have been circulated, I understand. I'd like to ask Councillor Jonathan Harris to move the amendment, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think our amendment is rather straightforward, actually, and we've just heard that this is about intent rather than specific action. It's my understanding at the moment that we do not have the funding for this project. And to be clear, we all know that there are issues with traffic flows, congestion and air pollution. That's not in debate on many roads in Northampton, not just from the north. The amendment to this motion simply calls for a conversation to be put into the wider context. For instance, there was a designated park and ride scheme at Buckton Fields, which has now been given over to building more homes. More homes means more cars, more traffic, and no solution to potentially alleviate this. Any new structure, roads included, have embodied carbon. This should be factored into the council's calculations. We've heard the conversation earlier tonight, whether we're carbon neutral or net zero, we still need to be aware of the footprint that we're creating. There's a great deal of evidence, of course, that if you build new roads, they fill quickly. And I'm not sure what evidence I've seen so far to make it clear that any Northern Relief Road would not simply just move the problem. This needs to be an overarching strategic approach, hence the reason for the motion amendment. Let's not also forget the impact that this is likely to have on the environment and green space, particularly if it's a dual carriageway area. That's really all I have to say. The motion that we're putting forward as an amendment is simply to try and make sure that this is part of a bigger strategic picture rather than this jumping towards committing to a new road. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beardsworth, a second, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has a lot of history to it. I can remember going on a bus to Daventry to plead with the local councillors out in Daventry not to build on the boundaries of Kingsthorpe because we knew what would happen. And we asked if we could have the infrastructure in first, which wasn't unreasonable, I think. You put roads in before you put houses, then the problem doesn't exist. But no, that didn't happen either. We've had gridlock in Kingsthorpe ever since these houses, which are still being continued to build. The park and ride has been scrapped, which I think is a dreadful shame when you think of it. We're looking at climate control and climate change, and look at other cities that are actually got park and ride schemes. I lived in Washington, D.C. for 3 years, and they have a road that goes right the way around Washington. It's called the Beltway, and it is a 6-lane nightmare to drive on, and the pollution it causes is extreme. I know we're talking about a dual carriageway, but we're a much smaller area than that. And you have to think about all the things look at HS2, you know, what the disruption that's causing. And if you do a beltway, a dual carriageway, it's a lot more space we'll be using. I'm not against putting a road in if it will cut down on traffic in Kingsthorpe, but I don't think it will. I think it will cause more problems, and I've yet to be totally convinced that a dual carriageway is going to be the answer to our problems. So I do have, this is why we brought this, because we're doing things about climate change. We have to be aware of pollution. Children in Kingsthorpe are increased asthma with the doctors. The air quality is extremely poor going down the road to the Cock Hotel. It's a real problem always around, and we just wanted you to be aware.
1 minute to go, Councillor Bisworth.
There are other things that we can do, you know, like park and ride. You know, we are moving towards electric vehicles. Maybe we need a bus route that runs circular around the town so people can use it. There's lots of different ways different councils have done that will enhance it rather than building a great big road that will get filled up in next to no time. Thank you. I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown, do you accept the amendment?
Madam Chairman, no. I want to keep the simplicity of the motion, please. We can debate other items on other nights. Thank you.
Well, in that case, the amendment must be debated and voted on. So are there any members of the council who wish to comment on the amendment, please? Right, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. What I'm about to say, I would say whether the amendment was there or the amendment wasn't there. So the same thing applies, but I would support the amendment because at least it gives some context to what we might be trying to do here. I don't think, Councillor Rumors, that you need to bring the motion, because I don't think as an administration you need to bring a motion that says we've got a political will to do something, because that's what you do as part of your day-to-day activity. But as it stands, whilst Councillor Brown said it's a simplistic motion, that's it. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't say we're going to do anything. It just says we think it's a good idea. It doesn't talk about where the money's coming from. It doesn't talk about what residents think about it. It doesn't talk about the North West Relief Road and how it links to that. It doesn't talk about timescales. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do any of those things at all. And for me, that's a pointless conversation, something we don't need to debate now. And what we should be doing is looking at what we actually need, looking at the active travel monies we've got and using them. We haven't used them yet. Looking at what funds we've got to complete these activities. There's something called induced use, and actually creating more roads and more development suggests that people will use more cars. So it doesn't necessarily suggest that it will reduce traffic through a particular area, because people will find another way to go. We need to do more work on it, not bring a motion just to give a political will to it. So I'd support the amendment, but the overall concept of the motion is just not there for me.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really important to remember that one of the things we said when we declared the climate emergencies, both at the previous councils and in this one, was that it would be at the heart of everything we do, that it would be in every decision, in every paper, in every committee. So I don't think there is anything, given what we're looking at with the climate emergency, that's small in the context of what we're looking at. We've had small problems building up to a massive problem for a really long time now, and that's why we're in a mess that could cause an extinction event for us. So I think we need to be really aware of it. The amendment doesn't say don't bring in a road. The amendment says explore every possible option that we can look at here. Let's ensure that we're making sure that we're looking at the alternative methods that we can use alongside, and we've really explored whether a road will reduce pollution. If you look at cities, if we're being ambitious about city status, and that's what we're talking about, if you look at the infrastructure of our most successful and thriving cities in the country, London is going the opposite direction. London is looking constantly, and has been for a long time now, at how to reduce traffic. If you look at Brighton, there's a massively successful shared use infrastructure that has a focus on walking and cycling. If you look at Manchester, you've got clean transport as its focus. So I think really if we're going to be ambitious, we need to be moving away from an old assumption that a road will definitely sort it, and we need to explore every possible option and take forward with both the climate emergency in mind and our ambition to be a really successful city with a forward-thinking infrastructure.
Councillor Davenport.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I support Councillor Brown and Councillor Ruman's motion. And the reason for that is that I was offended by this, I don't know why, the amendment which states the introduction of a form of emission charging for heavily polluting vehicles. And I think, well, it's us poor folk, we can't afford electric cars, and now you want to tax us. It's not the people that should be taxed, it's government that should be helping people to be able to afford electric cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The biggest issue that I have with the amendment is that whilst some of the ideas are very good, they're presented as alternatives, they're presented as instead of rather than as well as. And the suggestions here should be as well as a better transport infrastructure around Northampton, which takes traffic away from the Cock Hotel junction, which allows traffic to circumnavigate the town rather than going through it. So that for me is why I can't support the amendment. I think it's important that we see ward councillors standing up for key issues in their area, which is exactly what councillors Brown and Rumans are doing in this case. Some very valid arguments put forward by the Lib Dems, but in a slightly ill-fitting manner on this occasion, I believe.
Thank you very much. Councillor Larratt.
I think Councillor Brown said it, Madam Chairman. I feel that what we're discussing here as part of the amendment is certainly watering down the whole process. I'm all for park and ride, but that's additional too. I'll talk about the motion later, but this certainly does water down the objective of actually delivering this very, very much needed road.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Harris.
Councillor?
Jonathan Harris.
Councillor Harris.
Yes, a couple of points of clarification. It doesn't say introduce charging for heavily polluted vehicles. It says explore. It's the same meaning as the motion that's in front of us in principle. So I think it's important to differentiate between a motion that is suggesting an action rather than exploration. It has the same meaning behind it. If we're talking about sticking up for and representing our ward councillors, this is precisely my point. We're moving a problem potentially out into the countryside. I want to reiterate, no one is denying that there is a pollution problem. No one is denying there is a congestion problem. We are simply suggesting there are other ways and means that we should be exploring these problems and challenges rather than just notionally agreeing to what I would describe as a motherhood and apple pie statement to build a new road.
Clarification, he's now speaking for the second time. What is he? On this subject? Yes. He's speaking for the second time.
Yes, Councillor Harris, I've just been informed this is the second time you've spoken on this subject, and as you well know, we don't allow that.
Well, it wasn't a point of clarification.
It wasn't a point of clarification. Thank you for the information. Is there anybody else who needs to speak on this amendment, please? Because if not, I'm going to now move on and ask Councillor Michael Brown to respond to the debate on the amendment. 3 minutes, please.
I have nothing more to add to the debate. I think everything's been covered. Everyone's put their points forward, so let's move to the vote.
Okay. We're now going to ask for a vote on the amendment. Could you show, please, if you're for it? Right. Those against, please. Against. It's lost, isn't it? Any abstentions, please? The amendment is lost. So what do you want me to do now? Sorry. Right, sorry, I've asked for a point of clarification for my purpose. And now, is there any member of the council who wishes to comment on the motion, please?
I suggest we move to the vote, Chair.
Speakers. Sorry, I've got John Shepherd. I want to call on Councillor John Shepherd, please.
Chairman, thank you. This is a bit of a muddle. I prepared some notes. We all know what the Northern Orbital Road means. It runs from the Windhover to the 43. Councillor Rubens is talking about something running from the junction 16 to the 43, a completely different prospect entirely. As a matter of principle, I quite see the logic for the Northern Orbital as we know it. Now we seem to be talking about something completely different. We're making policy on the hoof, and Councillor Brown has already earlier this evening mentioned how appalling that is. This raises expectations and fears. These roads both are like Marmite. You love them or you hate them. By passing this motion, you're raising unjustifiable expectations on both sides. There is no money for this at all. We tried to get 20 million to fund the deficit on the Northwest Pipe, on the Northern Road. 20 million out of a 4.8 billion levelling up fund. That fund is sponsored by the Department of Transport, amongst other things. We can't even get 20 million, 0.4%, when the constituency member is a Minister of Transport. So what point is there of discussing a dual carriageway, elevated junctions, going over junctions, miles away from the town centre, in a situation at 10 o'clock at night on the hoof? Chairman, I can't support this motion at all. By convention, I have to abstain. I'm not permitted by my party to vote against it. I would if I could. Thank you.
Councillor Larratt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I speak from 2 points of view as portfolio holder from Highways. First of all, this is this road and the development of this road is a manifesto commitment. It does refer to the Northern Orbital.
Chair, can I come in with a point of clarification? Is that okay? Point of clarification. Yeah? Just that the wording of the motion doesn't give you what my personal opinion was that I stated in my piece. So my personal opinion is that, yes, I think we do need a road from Junction 6, somewhere near Junction 6 into the M1, round to somewhere near Malton on the A43. That is my opinion, but that's not in the motion. The motion is about the principle and getting the council to express undeniably that it believes a road of some iteration to that part of the world needs to be built at some stage. After which we can then decide the detail and the costing, and we can have the fight with government and between ourselves as well, no doubt, over the costings and all the rest of it. But it's about that. So just let's not get muddled on that point is all. Thank you.
Can I carry on, Madam Chairman?
I think you should, yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it is a commitment to a road, but above all, what we need is an alternative to the A45. I, along with the leader and Lizzie, represent Nen Valley Ward, where the A45 is one massive problem. We also represent one of the Northampton's largest business districts, that of Brackmills. We've already got companies in Brackmills who are struggling and considering withdrawing from Northampton because of the problems with the A45, in that where you've got delivery firms and you've got firms who rely on tight deadlines, who cannot guarantee deliveries and the smooth operation of their business because of the congestion that occurs. And you've only got to listen to the traffic news on Radio Northampton every morning. There's some sort of incident nearly every day. So the road is desperately needed. And look at what's going on around Junction 16 these days. Every time I drive to Daventry these days, there's a new warehouse gone up. How many vehicles is that bringing into the area? And how are they going to get around Northampton? We desperately, Madam Chairman, and as the A43 develops, the aspiration is to develop the A43 to dual carriageway between Northampton and Kettering, linking to the A14. What is the implications of that for if the Northern Orbital doesn't go ahead to a high quality standard? So yes, there are all the associated issues with regard to air pollution, air quality, rat running and everything else in Kingsthorpe in particular, but there is the more strategic issue of the whole road network around Northampton, particularly in relation to the A45, as I've already mentioned, that we're going to have to deal with. Development is growing, warehouses are growing, and at the end of the day, we're not building the infrastructure to handle that. And
Just 1 minute to go.
This will go some way to providing that necessary infrastructure. So I'm totally supportive, Madam Chairman, and I urge everybody to support the motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davenport. Yes, but I've got her down here. Davenport. Is she not doing it?
No, I've already spoken. Oh, I see. Okay. So on the main one, I would just concur with what was said about the money that I raised earlier, 20 million, how are we going to do it? That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm beside myself with this, is because it's something that somebody might wish for. It's like me saying, I want to wish for world peace. Who wouldn't agree with me? Who wouldn't agree with me? I would. But you would. I mean, it's on my side. Who wouldn't agree with me? But this is actually saying something like, let's all agree to something. We don't know how we're going to pay for it. We don't know where it's going to go. We don't know if we're going to be given permission to do it. I couldn't be more in agreement with Councillor Shepherd. You are raising expectations of people. You're worrying the people in the villages and thinking, is my home going to be knocked down? Look at HS2, look at the problems that's caused. You have to look at alternatives as well. And we're not saying that we don't need some sort of roads, but we've got to look at things that don't bring people into the town. Park and ride works so well in places like Oxford and Cambridge and other places like that. Why don't we do it here? We just build more houses that cause more problems. We should be thinking more the bigger picture, how people can get into town and back and work without using a car. Car sharing is another one. High density roads, you can get people to car share. If they go, they've done that in towns 30 years ago, car share. And if they're going into single occupancies, they can get fined. And we've got all the equipment that can actually deal with that. There's so many things that we could do, but you're just so narrow. You're going to wish for something that might never happen. I rest my case.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm now going to call on Councillor Michael Brown to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've had some good points tonight, but the whole point of this motion is to agree to the principle. I addressed in my speech very briefly the wider economic benefits that this town and this West Northamptonshire does need a better infrastructure to unlock our ambitions, to unlock the business potential, the jobs, and to cope with the growth that's already in the pipeline for this area. This is the principle that this is part of the solution for that problem. It isn't focused on getting into town or, you know, going for a shop or anything like that. It's the wider economic benefits that the principle of this road is part of delivering on that agenda. So that's what the vote's about. Let's move to the vote, and then if we want to debate other things on other days, let's do that.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to the vote. Those in favour, please show. Those against?
I'm pleased to say I've just been told I can vote against, Chairman.
Thank you. And abstentions, please.
I think it's carried.
It's carried. It's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Motion 3, proposed by Councillor Rosie Humphreys, pension fund investments in fossil fuel. Rosie Humphreys, please, to move the motion.
Did you want me to say anything?
Sorry?
Because it's a different motion.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just a moment, please. Yeah.
I just want to advise members that the motion that is going to be moved is different to the motion that appears on your papers, and the reason for that is because the amendments have been withdrawn in relation to this. In the interests of time, shall we say, a number of adjustments have been made through the following papers. So, in essence, there will be some motions moved. The amendments won't be moved because they've been accepted, and it's just in order to save time. Thank you.
Can we continue now?
Thank you, Madam
Chairman, as a point of clarification, then, can we have whatever the motion is that's been coupled together on the screen that we can see it?
They'll have to read them out. We haven't got the ability to show it on the screen, but they are the amended versions, and they'll read them out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we continue? Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recently, the Chief Executive of the Environment Agency, Sir James Bevan, had this to say after COP26 summit in Glasgow. There is no future in carbon. We must adapt or die. After COP26, investments in coal, oil and other dirty energy are no longer safe bets. As more and more nations move to net zero, fossil fuels will increasingly need to stay in the ground. The market sees that and is on the move. In 2019, Mark Carney, then Governor of the Bank of England, had warned that the carbon budget renders the vast majority of reserves stranded, oil, gas and coal that will be literally unburnable. The Wall Street Journal reported only a couple of weeks ago that trillions of assets may be left stranded as companies address climate change. The fossil fuel age is ending, investors are getting out while they can. Currently, the price of fossil fuels companies' shares are based on the assumption that all fossil fuel reserves will be used, but the world is aiming to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Therefore, only a fraction of these reserves can be burned, and it's only a matter of time before the share price will recognise that these assets are stranded. The Environment Agency's own pension fund has made a commitment to fully divest from its fossil fuel investments and to allocate money to fund low-carbon transition. It's one of 6 local authority pension funds that have committed to full divestment. Meanwhile, 24 local authorities, including Conservative-controlled Monmouthshire and Shropshire councils, have already passed divestment motions. So divestment's not some fringe movement. It's doable, it's being done, and it should be done, and it will take time. The financial, environmental and moral arguments are obvious. There's increasing public awareness and interest in it, as our petition signatures demonstrate, as does recent YouGov research. This found that 65% of people supported pension funds investing in renewables. This council has committed to tackling the climate emergency and to becoming carbon neutral, or perhaps it's carbon zero, I think we're going to find out in January, by 2030. Yet its pension fund is supporting fossil fuel industries that are the greatest single cause of this very emergency. Divestment is an opportunity to show that this administration is serious in its ambitions to decarbonise and lead by example. As the representative of Corn has mentioned earlier, the Law Commission has advised that as regards pension investments, there are no legal or regulatory barriers to social investment. reduced portfolio carbon exposure is not only the consequence of divestment, it also provides an opportunity to reinvest in community and environmental renewal. The pension fund's draft investment strategy statement is due to be considered for adoption by the Pension Committee later this month. Within it, the responsible investment strategy states that the fund is assessing the climate-related exposures in its investment portfolio and investigating the feasibility and potential timeframe for achieving net carbon neutral portfolio. It refers to its fiduciary duty to act in the best interests of its scheme members and generating sustainable long-term returns. Fossil fuels are not sustainable, they're now regarded as risky investments, so long-term returns cannot be sustainable either. The pension fund should already be examining the benefits of divestment in conjunction with the other councils pooled within the fund. I propose that this motion be moved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask Councillor Jonathan Harris to second the motion, please, and to present his petition.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll keep this brief. I would like to obviously second this motion and reserve my right to speak. You have referred to the petition, so I would like to Council to note that I will be submitting this petition and making sure that it's handed over at the end of the evening with over 200 signatories from people across our area who are in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this motion, please? I have Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. My group will be fully supporting this motion, and I'm going to say one thing. There's no retirement on a burning planet.
Thank you very much. Councillor Golby.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. First thing I want to say is that I think the leader made it very clear earlier that we're fully committed to the carbon reduction and the climate emergency that was declared by this council. We won't be supporting this motion because, as the putter of the motion actually explained, the pension fund and the pension board responsible for the local government pension scheme in Northamptonshire has already started work on looking at how it can responsibly invest and whether it is indeed going to look at divesting, which I'm sure it will. And given the guidance and the the indication of the wishes of this council that has already been made very clear. Also, the point has been made this evening about making policy up on the hoof, and we've got a responsibility, obviously, to our staff, and there's an awful lot of staff that are invested in this pension fund, as well as many other organisations that Councillor Longley referenced in the report earlier. So it's not right of us, I don't think, and we don't think, to just automatically say that we're going to divest immediately from some of these companies. But the indication and the commitment from this council has been made very clearly that we are fully committed to carbon reduction and all the commitments that we've very publicly made. But we won't be supporting this, but we support the work of the pension funds and the board to carry on with the responsible investment strategy and draw their own conclusions on how and the process around they will indeed, I'm sure, divest from some of these companies that are mentioned in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very
Chair,
much.
may I propose that given we know the outcome, that we move to the vote?
Councillor Longley.
Posturing, you're going to make a vote, you're going to vote against it, so move to the vote.
No.
I've called Councillor Longley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's important I make this point. I would have come on first, actually, but I was a bit slow before Matt. The first thing I'd like to say is there isn't nobody in this room that wouldn't absolutely agree with where we're going here, why we want to get there, and we should do, and I'm no doubt about that at all. Equally, there's nobody in this room that would want to see our pensioners shortchanged. So there we have the dilemma. So it's a situation where we want to balance both. So as chairman of the pension scheme, 6 months ago, approximately, I commissioned a report. And I commissioned a report that to say, well, exactly the question we've just asked, because I feel very strongly about it. I probably feel as strongly about it as Jonathan and Rosie, frankly. And I would be determined to do what I can to improve the situation. Anyway, I commissioned this report, and it's come back, and the objective of the report was to see what's the implications of doing this. What are we going to do? What would happen if we did this or we did that? And that's come back, and the implications they've been demonstrated. And what was interesting was there's 2 levels we took. We took 2 degrees increase, and 4 degrees centigrade increase. And what was interesting was that if we pursued the 4%, 4-degree interest, then Mark Carney's statement, and I completely agree with it, would have actually made us actually worse off in the pension fund, by quite a considerable margin. 2 degrees, and we divested and did what I was suggesting. Actually, we were better off. So there's no problem in that regard. So there we are. So what you've got to then do, you've got to concentrate on the pathway to get there. And the pathway, I've got the report here, which I'm going to share with Jonathan on Monday. I expect you'll be there, Danielle. I wouldn't doubt for a moment. And it's all, I'm disappointed you really didn't ask me, because I would have given you this last week, sort of thing. And I fully intend to follow what we've got here is the European policy curve we was going to follow, which is the more ambitious of the 3. And as chairman, I fully intend to hold our professionals' feet to the fire on this subject. However, you've got to do it in a manner where you can deliver. It's no good having gestures and things. You've got to deliver this. And anybody that knows me will know very well that I will do that. And the next meeting that we've got coming up, we will have the action plan. And that is, that'll be an action plan, and we will follow that action plan. And I'm absolutely delighted if anybody wants to have an input into that action plan. Please do, but come and see me. Don't bring it to a meeting like this. Let's go through it cold, calm, calculated manner and deliver it. Chair, that's all I have to say on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Humphreys, is there anything you'd like to say? Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Beatty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. Thank you, Malcolm, for clarifying that tonight. And if we'd known, we probably wouldn't have brought the motion, but sometimes communication isn't always good. And I'm really glad you are looking at this, because that's all we want you to do, is we want not to invest in fossil fuels. We don't want to end up with egg on our face if other people pull out and then we end up losing money. So it's just to make sure that we actually do the right thing, both emotionally, if you want, and practically. So basically, I'm very pleased you made that statement, and thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Right. Finally, I have Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't need to speak now. Thank you. Everything's been said.
Right. Councillor Humphreys.
Madam Chair, I believe Councillor Harris wishes to speak before me. Thank you. He does have the right to speak.
Councillor Harris.
I'll be brief. I also appreciate the words from Councillor Longley this evening, and I look forward to getting close to that document and exploring it further. I would just like to briefly point out that this motion was submitted on the 11th of October. So we have another situation where we are submitting motions early. They seem to be not getting through to other groups. The whole point of motions from our point of view is to enrich them, make them robust and have the dialogue around it. So I just want that point noted. There's really nothing else to say. We know where this is going, so I think we should move to the vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move to the vote, please. All those in favour, show. All those against? Are there any abstentions? Then the motion was lost. Lost, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have to bring to your attention the time. It is now 10:30. And it's my view that we will not be able to deal with any further matters. And under Rule 10 of the Council Procedure Rules. So I don't think that further matters can be dealt with by 10:45. So we'll now have to put to vote without further debate. This means I will not allow recorded votes on these items. I will ask the Democratic Services Manager to ask members to vote on whether each item should be accepted, rejected, referred, deferred, or withdrawn. These options will be presented to Council in order, and should there be a majority in favour of a particular course of action, such as accepting a recommendation or motion, then the remaining options will not be read out.
Chair, just a point of order, I'm not clear on, there's still an amendment to a motion. There's an amendment, a Conservative amendment to a Labour motion.
Which I'm going to accept. So how does that play out?
Yes, there is.
It's motion 5.
Yeah.
We voted for as amended.
Well, if you've agreed to it, that's the substantive motion.
So you deal with it exactly the same way, except that you don't have any debate.
It is, but we need to be clear on, we just do need to be clear on what the substantive motion is, don't we? So.
No, you have the amendment and then you have the debate. It's
yes.
Two different decisions, but there's just no debate.
Okay.
Well,
the Labour group accept the amendment, so if we can just vote on the
In each case, I will ask the proposer of the original amendment if they accept, of the original motion, if they accept the amendment.
Brilliant,
And
Paul.
if they do, we'll vote, and if they don't, we'll vote on the amendment and then the substantive motion.
Thank you very much, Paul, for clarity.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, motion 4, there is an amendment proposed by Councillor Emma Roberts and seconded by Councillor Gareth Eales. Can I ask Councillor Beardsworth, do you accept the amendment, please?
I accept the amendment and thank the Labour Group for enhancing my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand the second amendment that was to be proposed by Councillor Pinder Chauhan is withdrawn? Correct, thank you. So can Council vote all those in favour of accepting motion 4?
Oh, no, you're not going to vote everything down, are you?
All those against?
I know. Oh.
Okay. Don't think I need to carry on. Chair, are you happy to declare that carried?
Great news for the voters.
Sorry, rejected. Motion rejected.
Yes, it's rejected.
Okay, thank you. Motion 5 is proposed by Councillor Danielle Stone. Sorry?
Thank you. One abstention to record on motion 4.
Oh, sorry, thank you very much.
Motion 5 proposed by Councillor Danielle Stone. There's an amendment proposed by Councillor David Smith. Councillor Stone, do you accept the amendment?
I accept the amendment.
Okay, that's the only amendment on that item. So can I ask Council to show who votes in favour of the motion as amended? Chair, are you happy to declare
It's
that
carried?
Carried, thank you. Motion 6 proposed by Councillor Jonathan Harris. We have no amendments to this motion, so can Council please show if you vote to accept the motion? Those against? Chairman, are you happy to declare that one lost? Motion 7, proposed by Councillor Bob Purser. I have to an amendment to this one proposed by Councillor Jonathan Harris. Councillor Purser, are you happy to accept the amendment? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, there was an agreed alteration to that motion.
Would you
so
like me...
it isn't as amended in the papers. I just want to
I have been notified of the alteration. Would you like me to read it out quickly for clarity?
It is just slightly different to the amended item, so I think it's important.
Yeah, so I think if I just read the paragraph that I understand has been amended, which is the second paragraph, it now reads, the review should consider the opportunities provided by Active Travel Funds and Living Streets Initiative and recognises any work that will need to be done to have a willing police force ready to enforce. The rest of the amended motion is as circulated to members on this document. Okay, and I understand the second amendment has been withdrawn. Correct. Okay, so could Council please show all those in favour of accepting the motion? All those against? Chairman, you happy to declare it defeated? Thank you. Motion 8.
Madam Chairman, on motion 8, I shall withdraw.
So motion 8 is withdrawn. Motion 9 proposed by Councillor was to be proposed by Councillor Terry Eales regarding climate change. There's no amendments to this, so can I ask Council to show all those in favour? Chair, I think that's happy to declare that carried.
It's carried then, isn't it?
Motion carried.
Carried.
Thank you. Motion 10, proposed by Councillor Emma Roberts. There's no amendments to this motion. Can Council show all those in favour of the motion? Jerry, happy to declare that carried? Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Is that it?
That's it, Chairman. Thank you.
You want to read this bit at the back?
Is it the bottom?